Good evening. Welcome to the September 8th work session of the East Point City Council. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire. Present. Councilmember Freely. Councilmember Atkins.
Present.
Councilmember Ziegler. Oh, okay. Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Butler. Councilmember Martin Rogers. Mayor Holiday Ingram, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Previous agenda items, we have update on policing, city credit card policy and travel policy. Are we discussing this tonight? Did people get a chance? I think there was information sent to us. I'm going through the agenda, the previous agenda items. I think the deputy city manager may have sent something on the, or finance may have sent something on the travel policy. Okay. So we want to discuss tonight or next month? Do y'all want to move it, discuss it tonight or next month? I hear one for move it to next month.
This is which item?
The number 5, credit card policy and travel policy.
What?
Finance sent something to us, and then there was a 60-something, 70-page credit card policy that staff was supposed to look through to see what changes were they were recommending. In addition to, we had several discussions about it, and the city attorney had come up with a red line draft of the credit card policy based upon those previous discussions. We then received about, I think it was 60, 70 pages from the city manager with the recommendation that they go through it and bring.
Oh, I mean,
Okay, we'll just discuss it. There's no, the Tri-City signage, I don't see Jeff in here right now, so we'll discuss innovation tag, yes. Credit card payments, reimbursement, and reporting. We said we wanted that to travel with, I think, the credit card policy. MOA for South Fulton Comprehensive Transportation Plan. I don't recall this as a previous agenda item, so we definitely need to discuss it. I'm not sure how these got the previous agenda items. MARTA Safe Routes. We're on 9 and 10. I don't recall those discussions. Councilman Mitchell, 11, 12, and 13, ordinance to establish a transparency and financial oversight policy, and committee is 11.
I'm still working on 11 and 12. I think we can discuss number 13 if,
October work session for 11 and 12.
yes.
That's October 13th. And you said 13 we can discuss, and we need the facade grant update. These are new agenda items from staff from Human Resources. These are renewals on insurance, so we need a presentation on that. We do. Police Department,
Number 13.
sole source for facial recognition. I'd like to hear why that's sole source. Number 17, these are body cameras, in-car cameras, interview rooms, and first responder drone. Any, the amount we need to discuss. Purchase of 2 police department vehicles, crime scene tech, $90,000. Any objection to these purchase of vehicles going to consent? 19, Prologic ITS for vehicle outfitting services, $27,000 from police. Any objection to consent? Ordinance to amend domestic partnership. We need a discussion on that. I think this is the first time I'm seeing that. Parks and Recreation. That was 20, we're on 21. Construction services at Connolly Nature Park, not to exceed $285,000. On consent or discuss? Okay. 22, piggyback ECG contract, 6 charge point charging stations in city parks. This is exciting. I like to hear about this. I think we can either hear about it tonight or put it on the agenda. I think this is something that the community should hear. Do you all want to discuss it tonight? Yes. Okay. Yeah, it'll go into the agenda because the community hears about that. This is site improvements at Victory Park, $28,624. Any objection to consent? Or you want to discuss? Okay. I heard several consents, so we can go to consent. Number 24, trimming of the Riverline Circuit from East Point Power, $160,000. Any objection to line, this is line clearing services. I don't know if this deals with tree trimming. I know we have a lot of issues with power outages. So maybe we discuss tonight and Monday. Let's go on the agenda. Hydro vacuum jet truck from East Point Power, piggybacking off the city of Tallahassee, $279,000. Any objection to consent on 25? All right, 26, meter testing from East Point Power, 160. Any objection to consent? No. 27, pole inspection. Oh, yep, discuss amount. Repair motor pump number 5 due to electrical failure. $58,000 from water and sewer. Any objection to consent? All right, number 29, emergency repair bucket assemblies fell due to damage caused by lightning strikes from water and sewer, $56,000. Any objection to consent? Number 30 is MOU for GDOT Welcome Road and Camp Creek improvements, $22,000 for the relocation of water and sewer infrastructure, realigning Welcome Road and Camp Creek. Any objection to consent or any questions for discussion? Okay, discuss. Item number 31, emergency repair to storm line replacement, Westchester Drive, formation of sinkhole and slope washouts from water and sewer, $127,340. Any objection to consent? 32, council discussion, possible action, vendor Gravity for cooperative budgeting software. I'd love to hear what's going on in finance, so we'll discuss that. Vendor conducting the cost allocation plan from finance, we'll discuss. Public Arts Commission, Councilmember Martin Rogers.
I put this along with the other commissions that,
I didn't see anything else about boards and commission.
I added that when we were talking in the last meeting because.
Okay, do you want to discuss tonight or,
No.
okay, October work session? If we start discussing it too much, that's defeating the purpose of trying to go through it. Like, 2024 audit report timeline completion, Councilman, okay, possible discussion on ward specific initiatives, Councilman Martin Rogers. FIFA, preparing for FIFA, Councilmember Ziegler. Commons development. October work session. And blighted properties ordinance and blight tax. Okay. All right. So we have 11 and 12 on October work session, Madam City Clerk. 18, 19, and 23 on consent. Oh,
What about 22?
huh?
22?
No, 22 we are discussing tonight and will be on the agenda
Oh, it does
because
say agenda.
that's something that the
I see
community should
it.
hear about. Hear more details at the meeting. 24, we said agenda. Did we say agenda to that one? Did somebody take notes behind me?
I have agenda for 24.
Yeah, this is discussion for 24? Okay. 25, 26, 28, 29, and 31 consent agenda. 34 and 38 October work session. All righty, first presentation, capital asset valuation presentation. I guess Deputy City Manager Tyler, Tyler, I'll get Tyner from. Tyler, is the city manager coming tonight? Okay, I'll turn it over to you until he gets here to introduce staff for the presentation.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I just want to bring one thing to your attention. Items 9 and 10 will not be presented tonight. These are with Public Works. They will be on the October work session.
Thank you for that. I thought that it was interesting they were on the previous agenda items, but 9 and 10, October work session. I mean, you can discuss them tonight if you like. Okay. October work session, Madam City Clerk, for 9 and 10. Okay.
All right, so next up, we have Mr. Shannon, I just forgot your last name, Shannon Golden.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council.
Good evening.
Tonight, I have our consultant, Scott Hodges, who's going to give a presentation on the capital asset valuation engagement that we had as a mandate from Mayor and Council. Scott?
Give us some context as to why this is being presented or done.
Yes, ma'am. As a result of the 2021 audit, there was a presentation that was given, and as a result of capital assets being valued at the wrong dollar amounts, and there were issues where capital assets were kept on a spreadsheet. So those assets were identified to have issues, and so council made a mandate to have a capital asset evaluation done, and the vendor, OHC Advisors, was the vendor selected to do that particular engagement.
And the assets that were captured on or kept on a spreadsheet, what was the earliest date of purchase, do you remember, of any of those assets, a time frame, year?
I think some of those go back to the 90s. Yes, ma'am. Some of them go back to the 90s. So, but I have Scott here who did the engagement, and he's here to give the presentation in regards to it. Scott?
Thanks, sir. All righty, how's everybody doing this evening? I'm not sure.
The down button.
Just down button.
Yeah.
Scroll through. Perfect. All right, so my name is Scott Hodges. I'm with OHC Advisors. We were the firm selected to perform the capital asset inventory for the city of East Point. And so tonight we're just going to go over kind of a brief introduction, myself and our firm, go over the scope of the engagement, exactly what we were kind of tasked with doing, the processes that we used during the inventory process. We also physically affixed barcodes to all of the movable equipment assets for future inventory tracking purposes. Just kind of a high-level results of our inventory and valuation, and then what we recommend kind of moving forward for the city. I think prior to us being out here, the last inventory that was completed was done in 2013. And so a decent amount of stuff that needed to be added to the inventory, stuff that needs to come off of it. And that was kind of the purpose of the inventory. I believe there were some findings think that there's still an ongoing audit, but there were some findings. And so we tried to kind of develop that comprehensive asset inventory for the city. And so just kind of a brief introduction. With OHC Advisors, I head up our fixed assets division. I was the contact that was out here performing the inventory, that did all of the inventory throughout all of the city's space, met with all the department contacts, went over everything, received the data, and so I'm very well versed in it. Just some my background, appraiser by trade, certified senior appraiser, designated senior appraiser by the American Society of Appraisers, and I've pretty much been doing these fixed asset inventories since I've been in college and graduated college over 15 years ago. All right, so overall scope of the engagement, we were kind of tasked with developing a comprehensive inventory of capital assets, that's individual assets over the $5,000 asset threshold for the city of East Point. Like I said, an inventory hadn't been completed since 2013, and so decent amount of older assets still on the inventory that disposed of, gone, nowhere to be found, and then assets that were out there in the field that needed to be added that do reach the threshold of a capital asset and needed to be added to it. Capital assets, like I said, individual assets over $5,000. They include land improvements, which are going to be like fencing and things like that, flag poles, buildings, building improvements, and then movable equipment. For the movable equipment, we were tasked with physically affixing barcodes to those just for future inventory tracking purposes. Our original asset data came from the City of East Point's ERP system, which is essentially just cloud software that the city uses, where all of their assets are kind of tracked in a database via that. So the city downloaded out of their fixed asset module that, gave it to me, and then I analyzed that, kind of schedule with the departments, and then go through and perform the inventory. And then after I do the inventory, do the valuation on the added assets, try to give that back to them in a format where that data can easily be uploaded back into the ERP for continuous tracking purposes. So just kind of go over our brief inventory processes. So we get the ERP data from the city, we take a look at that, we develop a schedule along with the city. We get the department contact listing from the city also so that we can schedule with those individual department contacts. So we're scheduling with Parks and Rec and Water and Power. After we kind of get a schedule together, we realize how large each department's inventory is. We can base, whether or not it's going to take 1 day or 2 days, or what exactly we think the inventory is going to take us. We met with the department contacts, let them kind of know what we're looking for. Hey, we're going to need to be escorted or taken through all of your department space to make sure that we get full coverage of the city. Just kind of go ahead and do the inventory either with the assistance of the departments if they want to provide somebody to go around with us, or we can kind of just make sure that we access all of the space by ourselves. We didn't necessarily need somebody with us at all times. So we did this back in January and February of this year. Like I said, we explained to each department contact kind of our goal of adding assets, removing assets as necessary. What we would do, we would pretty much be on the outlook and hunt for everything that's on the original asset listing. And so we would go through all the department space, we would tag all the necessary capital assets, we'd account for what we physically located in the field, and then we would still have assets left over after our inventory, and so then we would sit down with those department contacts and go over line by line each asset and say, hey, is this still active, is it in the field, or does it just need to go ahead and be removed because it's an older asset? So after the scheduling, we would actually go through with the inventory. We would meet with the individual department contacts and provide the asset data, and then go through all of their space, do the actual inventory. We physically affix barcodes, like I said, to all the movable equipment assets, individual assets over $5,000 for future purposes. And we would pretty much do that just for each individual department throughout the city, just to kind of make sure that we got around to all the space and got through all the departments and everything for the city. And this is just kind of a breakdown. You guys are obviously feel free to go through it, but it's just kind of step by step of the inventory process. After we went through a first time, like I said, we would sit down with the department and reconcile with them on any remaining assets, just line by line. Hey, if it was still out in the field, we would go locate and account for that asset, and if it wasn't, we would just go ahead and remove that asset as scrapped. So just kind of a high-level look at the results of the inventory. So based on our initial asset listing that we received from the city, our additions, in our additions to the city. Overall, about 4,237 capital assets with this is at an original or historic value of $461-ish million to be inventoried. Of those assets, about 2,800, 65.4%, with a value of $374 million were accounted for. About 1,000 of them, 1,100, or 25%, with a value of $64 million, were deemed surplus by the city. So these were assets that were on the listing that we think need to just be removed from the listing because they're just older assets. They're no longer out there in the field, partially due to an inventory not being completed since 2013, and those assets were kind of just carried over and accounted for on an annual basis because an actual physical inventory wasn't completed. And then we added almost 400 total capital assets with a value of about $23 million to the inventory that were out there in the field, and not on our initial download from the ERP system. So main takeaways from it, although we only accounted for about 65% or 66% of the total assets, it was a large amount of the cost, so 81% of the total cost was accounted for. Pretty much what that's saying, in my perspective, is that just the newer, more expensive items we were able to locate, and then kind of alternatively, 1,000 of the items, or a relatively large percentage, 25% of the items were deemed pending surplus by the departments. However, that's only about 14% of the total cost. So older, less expensive assets that have just kind of been carried over from year to year were the ones that were deemed surplus or scrapped by the departments and by our analysis. So in the future, kind of what can the city do to keep a better handle on this? The difficult, expensive part is done, right? Like we went through, we inventoried everything, we got barcodes on everything for future inventory purposes. We're looking at making the updates, or the city's looking at making the updates to have this comprehensive baseline inventory completed. And so, we just want to kind of continue with future recommendations. And so first is kind of getting all of those pending surplus or scrapped assets off the listing. There's no reason for them to be on there, designated surplus by department contacts, city employees. And so we believe those should just kind of be removed from the asset listing. Second, adding in our added assets, taking those as yes, those are out in the field, and getting them on the city's fixed asset database. Performing, we didn't perform depreciation calculations or anything like that, but getting those up to date from an accounting perspective, getting your depreciation and everything in on those assets is kind of our second recommendation. And then lastly, just continuous updates to that listing. So fixed assets, capital assets are purchased every single day. Department needs something, they're gonna go out there and they're gonna buy it. So when it's over $5,000, it has to be tracked for capital asset accounting purposes. And so performing annual updates on those new assets is extremely important. Getting them into your system, if they're not getting in there in a consistent way, is very important. For the movable equipment assets, getting barcode tags consistently on those, as we did on all of these previous assets, is very important on an annual basis. And then either on an annual basis or biannual basis, every 2 years, performing a full inventory of everything. Because when a department needs to get rid of an asset, it's just gonna throw it away or auction a vehicle or whatever it may be, they're just going to kind of get rid of that vehicle, and so or that whatever that asset may be. And so those things are going to change on an annual basis. So in my opinion, updates on new assets every year, and then a full inventory on all of your capital and fixed assets, either once every year or once every 2 years, just to kind of keep up with those changes is important. And that's pretty much it for future recommendations. There's name, contact information, and if you guys have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Councilmember
Absolutely.
Cummings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you again for your presentation.
Sure.
So just moving forward, I understand the recommendations that you have. Who would be charging that? Maybe something for either the finance director or for the city manager. Who's going to be charged with, you know, regulating as a new inventory comes in? Like you say, we get a new fleet of police cars. Who's actually going to be responsible for, you know, logging the information on the barcode? And, well, that's the first question.
That's for the city manager.
Yeah, I'm not
That's
sure.
operations.
I'm not sure. I'm just
All
a
right,
third-party
so-
update.
So do I need to wait or just kind of run this whole thing? Okay.
Mr. Jones? Okay, you all can release your mics. I have your order. Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
I have it. Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, so that will fall under the finance department. I would also add that we haven't had a real structured way of getting rid of old assets. So when Scott mentioned scrapping, that's the technical term for getting rid and having a
Right.
structured way of recording what those things are. So some of that 25% is that we just don't have records to produce, and that's where auditors hit us on. So that's another, creating that process so that it's actually documented and shown, and that's going to be coordinated out of the finance department with some assistance from contract and procurement, because they do have a big warehousing operation that we're also looking to get those barcodes and updates done there as well.
Okay, and the next question would be with the depreciation. Who actually, because I know you didn't, like, really, you say you didn't get 100% into that.
Sure.
So as far as determining, you know, the depreciation, we'll just say on our fleet of police vehicles.
On what? I'm sorry.
Like, just take, for example, police vehicles.
Okay.
So as far as how would we go about doing the calculations for the depreciation every year? Because we definitely won't get rid of them.
Yeah, sure. So I guess it would be just kind of city policy in order to catch up your depreciation on those assets. So it's not necessarily new assets that I added or was finding out there. You know, there could be assets from 2020 on there that
Right.
depending on the city's policies on its depreciation, you'll pretty much just have to kind of have a catch-up year in depreciation and take those, you know, whatever the useful life is on vehicles in 5 of those years, if it's a 2020, and there pretty much just have to be a catch-up year of depreciation on those.
Okay, so it'll pretty much
vehicles.
just be a standard calculation for depreciation.
Yeah, I'm not
All
sure what the
assets that
city's
we have.
policies are, if
Okay.
it's straight line or exactly what it is, but they would just kind of accounting would just have to abide by those policies in order to catch up on depreciation. Another thing that you were talking about, city manager, when it comes to like coming up with policies and processes on surplus or scrapping, like I work with several different entities. I do this all over the country, and so people have policies in place where they have a scrapped format or a surplus form that has to be filled out by the departments, that has to receive the proper sign-off, and I'm more than happy to provide you guys with that if that would be something helpful to you guys, just to kind of, or, you know, help in developing a manual that you guys want to put in place to get your arms more firmly around the policy of accounting for and then disposing of your capital assets. More than happy to help them.
Okay, thank you. I
Sure.
yield.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation.
Sure.
I think my question is sort of a piggyback on Councilmember Cummings. Now that you've got us all set up and the barcodes in place and so on, the either annual or biannual inventories that we would do, is the idea that we would do those in-house, or would we again contract with someone?
That's completely up to you guys. You guys can put the action in-house, and I'll let Shannon speak to it. You guys can do it in-house. You know, there's pros and cons to both, right? If you do it in-house, you're putting more emphasis on the department contacts, and they're going to have to take on something more. They also don't always, in my experience, want to go do that, and so you'll just get a big check mark on their asset listing, which can lead to issues down the road. So I've seen outsourcing, it's relatively inexpensive to outsource it, and in my opinion, you know, I'm obviously the outsource, but in my opinion, it's worth it, because you get unbiased information that you can just pass off to your auditors and say, here you go. And it's kind of hit an easy button rather than, you know, lumping more work, but that's completely up to you all and what you want to do.
And the answer, and to follow up with that, Councilman Freely, we're leaning toward using a consultant to evaluate those capital assets.
And then just one question out of just curiosity. So did this inventory include like did this inventory include like going through the old city hall and all of those things, or was it sort of more confined to current?
Yeah, so it included everything that the city owns that meets that capital asset threshold. So all buildings, building improvements, land improvements, and movable equipment. So yeah, it's going to include, this building, Old City Hall, all the fire stations, Parks and Rec, all of the land improvements at the park, so baseball fields, fencing, the skate park. It includes everything that reaches that capital asset threshold for the city. So field work-wise, I think it was about a 4-week engagement where I was physically out here in the field over those 4 weeks performing the inventory for the city.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to go back to the scrapped assets. About 25% of what you assessed was scrapped, deemed scrapped, correct?
Yes, sir. From the ERP from the ERP data, I received the export of data. Yeah, about 25% of those. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think that I heard you mention something about in terms of what our policy is or processes in terms of recording that. And that's, I don't know if that's a question for you or for Mr. Jones, because my question was going to be really around how do we notate those assets that have been scrapped and how they've been disposed of.
Sure.
If they were donated or went to government auction or any of those things. And so are we currently doing any of that, or is that a part of the recommendations that you would bring back to us?
Yeah, that would probably be a question for this gentleman. I'm not sure of your current policies, but I'm more than happy to assist with that process of getting those off of your guys' books in order to get those taken care of from the auditor's perspective. I can assist in like supplying you guys with, templates of like surplus forms that you can provide to the departments, along with, hey, these are all your scrapped assets for instance, for electric. These are all your scrapped assets for electric. You went over these back during the inventory in January and February. Please sign off on this form because they need to be removed from our books. And you guys can kind of do that on a departmental basis in order to get rid of all of those assets.
So to kind of zero in, because I've been working through the forensic audit, so if you could visualize 13 years, since 2013.
Yes, sir.
That's the last time that we've had an accounting. So every audit that we've had since then have used 2013 numbers. And so over time, which was identified in the forensic audit, those numbers get out of whack because they're old numbers, they're obsolete numbers. So when you see that 25%, that's 25% that is unaccounted for. Like, that likely they are been scrapped in an unofficial way by departments just getting rid of old things like potentially maybe old playground equipment, but they're still showing on the books because there was no documentation on how they were scrapped. So what we would need to do, and I kind of lean with finance, that we probably need to at least bring in a professional to get us started in creating a process and policy in getting rid of old things so that can now be accounted. So as we enter into future audits, we're able to have updated numbers. So this is a huge step, which you saw all the items that had to go through and get that analysis. That's a really big, probably the biggest step. But then now the next steps will be to make sure all that work is not lost and that we begin to have processes that can now keep a true accounting of what those are, what those assets are, if they have, and they're all about, useful life. And there's, all kinds of depreciation pieces that go a part of that we should be able to get a professional ideas on the right track, and then we can then carry it out from there. So that's significant and also plays a role in why some of our audits have been lagging, because particularly when the forensic audit came out, our auditors was like, oh, that information wasn't as updated as I thought, so now I got to do more testing as an auditor to get a little bit more comfortable with their audit findings, and so therefore it just feeds into as a domino effect, and then we wind up getting into the situation that we're in where we're behind on audits and trying to get those things through.
And you would envision that in a new system that we would also have in terms of when an asset is scrapped, that it is detailed in terms of how it was scrapped and
Absolutely.
if we, okay.
Yeah, absolutely need that.
Yes.
That's important, yeah.
And the other question, it could be a question for the city manager as well, but the threshold, $5,000. So is that a policy for the city that we only do the assessment of assets that are $5,000 and above?
That is a policy, and that was a question that I had of finance, so I want to say, yes, it is a policy, but I'll let the finance respond to that.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. City Manager, do you envision sort of revisiting that? The reason that I ask that is from other organizations with which I worked, everything, because if you order a lot of handheld devices, computers, and all of those things, most of those things are not going to get to the 5,000 threshold, and a lot of those things get gone.
Yeah.
And then you don't know why you keep buying computers year over year, or new handheld devices, cell phones, or any of those things. So do you envision that you would come to the council regarding that particular policy so that we have a better grasp on? Because if we're investing a lot of money on technology, computers or phones or any of those things, but we're not tracking those, then we're just buying these things all the time because it doesn't meet the $5,000 threshold.
And so, thank you for bringing that good question, because that was also something that was that I had to clarify myself on, because a lot of organizations kind of pull all that in together. For us, we're looking at capital assets, and that was identified in our forensic audit as number 3 of a area of concern. There's another area of concern, number 4, which is associated to inventory. Inventory are the smaller items like what you're talking about, and we do have issues there as well. But this consultant was just focused on
the capital
assets.
Okay, so that's all, just
Yeah,
capital.
and I can speak to that real fast. What it usually comes down to is just from a dollars and cents perspective, right? So some entities that I do inventory and valuations for, their threshold is like $1,000. And what they'll do is they'll move it because they can capture 80 or 85% of the costs in only inventorying 10 or 20% of their assets, right? So they'll move it from like their threshold of $1,000 to $5,000 because they're still capturing 85% of the cost, but it's only, a third of the total assets. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. And so it just kind of comes down to a dollar cents. Like, is it worth it at the end of the day to track assets that are, $500 or $1,000 or $2,000 when, as a part of the big picture, it's just not worth it at the end of the day. And so entities I'll usually see, they'll usually move up. Like, could you guys move to $10,000 and still capture the majority of your costs doing the inventory? I'm not 100% sure. We could look at the analysis on that, but it usually doesn't make sense to. He's going to speak to just the inventory part later, but it usually doesn't make sense to move down because you're going to be tracking 25,000 assets, and the dollar figure isn't going to increase that much. Yeah, so just kind of a dollars and cents trade-off is usually what I see.
Okay. I think that those are all my questions. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. And my question is this. I'm going to assume that now we have policies and procedures in place for tracking the capital assets.
Like Scott was saying, we have to develop that to track the assets. We do have it where we upload it into our capital asset module, but to develop policies around that to strengthen that.
Okay, so the city is going to be developing policies around that.
Yes, ma'am.
And my next question is, because there are a lot of departments that have capital assets such as equipment, vehicles, will they be responsible for uploading that information into the capital assets? Who will do that part?
That would be finance. We have our accountants that can upload that information. Pretty much when we do the budget in the beginning of January, that's the capital improvement plan that we usually have, give mayor and council. Departments list out what they want to purchase during the year, in the upcoming year. So we kind of use that list when we develop our budget as well to kind of monitor what they're going to purchase. And that kind of gives you what the addition is going to be for the year. Of course, there'll be things that may come up, but however, the majority of those assets, those departments have already identified what they're going to purchase.
Okay, now let me ask you this, how long will an item stay on the capital assets list before it is, I guess, scrapped, removed?
It depends on the useful life of the asset, as well as whether the asset was, of course, damaged or whatnot. We do sell assets that are outdated on gov deals, I believe, and we have a team of people that work with that to sell those assets, and those assets are given, I think they're brought to mayor and council before they're sold, right? And then finance also records those assets and take those assets off.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Hodges, the 2013 inventory that you mentioned, was it a physical inventory of all of the items?
I believe that was the last physical inventory of capital assets, yes, ma'am.
So the 1,075 assets that you referenced, they were physically identified in 2013? Because if so, we should have documentation from then.
Yeah, I don't know that. I'm not sure how to answer that. I didn't perform the inventory in 2013, so I'm just not 100% sure if those were physically identified then or not. I was just told that the last physical inventory was done in 2013.
Mr. Golden, do you know? Because, if assets were visible in 2013, we should still have record now.
If those assets were recorded properly, yes. And if Scott identified those assets, it would have been in our, we would have brought those over in the capital asset module, and we would have downloaded that to give him the listing of those assets.
Right, so I'm talking about the 1,075, you said, right?
Yes, ma'am. The scrapped or surplus assets, yes, ma'am.
That were last inventoried in 2013.
That's correct. They would have been, if they were still on the listing, I would imagine they were last inventoried in 2013.
So what did the inventory in 2013 consist of, if the assets aren't here?
I'm not.
No, that's not for you, I'm sorry.
sorry.
That's for Mr. Golden, city manager. How can we say that we inventory assets and then there's 1,075, but we don't, and they were inventoried in 2013, which means we would have documentation from 2013.
Right, but remember when, with these capital assets, they were kept on a spreadsheet. So,
Correct, so there was a spreadsheet that said there was 1,075,
Right.
but did somebody physically view them, or are we relying on a spreadsheet that had assets from the 90s on it?
So, of course, when you audit, of course, the beginning balance and then those additions that you have in the current year, the roll to the ending balance. They don't necessarily go out and count capital assets. It should be that, hey, this is what we tested for capital assets, that we test the additions, we test the beginning balance, and the beginning balance agrees to the audited balance that they have. So when Scott went out and tried to identify those assets, they could have been sold, they could have been lost or damaged. I wouldn't know.
But that's based on a spreadsheet in 2013.
That's based off of the capital asset schedule that we have currently.
And that's when you said they were being kept in an Excel spreadsheet?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any photos of the assets on the Excel spreadsheet?
No, ma'am. There are no pictures.
So we don't know when those assets were last viewed?
No, we do not.
But there was an inventory done in 2013 that has a spreadsheet, but no documentation of the actual assets?
No pictures or anything like that, just the numerical value of that asset. I don't know if there was a report that whoever did the capital asset valuation during that time. I don't know if there was a report that was.
Do we have any documentation?
I didn't find any. I don't have it. I don't know where it could be.
So do we have documentation that an inventory was done in 2013? Or we just have a spreadsheet from 2013?
There was a capital asset valuation done in 2013. I don't know,
So we have a report for that.
we should. I don't know where that report is.
So how do we know if a evaluation was done if we don't have a report?
I'll have to go and try to locate that report. But this is what was part of that presentation, that capital asset valuation was done in 2013.
Correct. But so, Madam City Clerk, can you see if we have a capital asset evaluation report from 2013? I mean, we should have a record
Right.
of a report. I would think it would be in finance, but it sounds like we have a spreadsheet,
Yeah, we do have a spreadsheet.
Excel spreadsheet.
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the report, or that's all we have from the what we're calling an evaluation in that time?
The spreadsheet is just a listing of all assets, governmental and your enterprise funds. Capital assets, that was, again, brought forward every year.
And who was our auditor at that time? Was that Banks Finley?
Banks Finley White was the auditor at that time.
And they were like our auditors for about 20 years? For a very, very long time?
Yes.
So they just kept doing
But no, they'll probably do testing on capital assets, however, the additions, and then agreeing the beginning balances, if in that manner, but.
So maybe we should reach out to them for what they had in 2013.
Okay.
I mean, I won't say the rest of it. But if there's an evaluation, I mean, to call it an evaluation and not have a report, we don't know the last time these assets were physically viewed. We know we have a spreadsheet.
Correct.
That has a lot of information in them, but we don't have a report.
Correct.
The pending surplus items, how
Yes, ma'am.
many, those were, was that the same?
I think there was
1,000?
about 1,075 of
So that's the
the
same 1,075.
4,200 or so. Yes, ma'am. Those are just, because we don't have access to your guys' ERP system or anything like that, we just designate them pending surplus. Pretty much during the physical inventory, because of our physical inventory and our sit-down with the departments, we deemed these assets pending surplus. We did the inventory, came back to the department heads at the end of the day, sat down with them, and then they said, yes, these are gone or scrapped. And that's how they become pending surplus items.
And how often a capital evaluation report should be done?
That's up to you guys. I think in order to keep up with your capital assets on an annual basis, that's going to be the best from an audit perspective, especially on the new assets. Those assets, the new assets, especially the movable equipment, should be tagged and have all that, and then kind of to follow up with all of your assets, because assets on an annual basis are going to be scrapped. They're going to be thrown away. They're going to be trashed by the departments. Those should be kept up on an annual basis. I have some clients that do it every 2 years, but it's completely up to you guys at the end of the day.
So industry practice, or I guess best practice is annually, and some people go as many as 2 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have clients that go over that?
No.
So either annually or at
Annually or
minimum
biannually?
biannually?
Yes, ma'am. New assets, pretty much all my clients do on an annual basis. I'll go out to them, I'll get their listing of new assets, I'll go out in the field, I'll barcode all those new assets, make sure they're accounted for, and then some clients I'll do the full inventory for, and then others I'll come back the following year, I'll do new assets as well as a full inventory for them.
Okay. But you're saying annually, new assets and full inventory, existing assets should be?
That's my recommendation, but it's up to the city and its budget.
If not annually, at least biannually?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Councilmember Martin Roger?
Thank you. And I guess my questions are going to be for the city manager. And my first question is, can we put the capital asset list in a central location across departments?
When you're saying central location, are you talking about some type of online access?
Yes.
Or
for
some
all
type of intranet or
departments.
something like that?
Yes.
That would be fine. I mean, the finance department kind of serves as that centrality, but If it's something more visual that you're looking for, I think that's acceptable.
All right, and my other question is.
Can I
what will
comment
be-
real fast on that? I'm sorry. As far as I know, the assets are in a current cloud-based ERP system. So they are up online, the fixed assets. I'm not sure if you guys have updated them yet or not, but there is a centralized online database where these fixed assets are kept. I'm not sure who has access to those, if it's on a department basis, but there should already be that centralized database in place.
And only finance has access to that. Only finance has access to that.
But would it be beneficial to all departments having access to it? Would it be beneficial? I guess that's the question.
Well, when it comes to that, it's just the numerical value of that asset. And we don't want other departments tampering with that.
Okay. All right, and my next question is, what will be the city's long-term improvement or replacement plan, Mr. City Manager? Like, what is that? And, well, actually, will we have a timeline to get that plan to us?
So involving a couple of things in that question. One, a maintenance replacement plan is what I'm hearing. That's a little bit different than a useful life understanding, which is useful life per equipment. So that assessment is made, and then a maintenance plan would also be ideal, where you make the determination how much value you want to leave in that. So when you do scrap or sell or what have you with that equipment, there's typically an ideal time for some equipment when to sell. That's usually probably determined by department, because a useful life assessment is going to be different, or at least a maintenance plan assessment, I should say, would be different, say in police department versus fire department, or just a pool vehicle, say for example for the city manager's office. Those are all different types of uses with different types of wear, with different types of safety considerations. So those, a good management plan, municipal maintenance plan should incorporate all those things from an operational standpoint, and therefore then make that determination of what works. Understanding the vehicle's useful life as a total also makes sense on how long we want to keep that on our books, especially when it comes down to making depreciation calculations. And so those from a financial balance sheet type of purpose versus an operational purpose. So although very connected, also very different. So that is kind of it depends on what your goal is trying to be. But we definitely we'll be looking at maintenance replacement plans. We'll be looking at understanding our useful life, particularly in making depreciation calculations, those kind of things. All those kind of things we have been lagging behind on, and it makes it a little hard to get a full financial assessment when the data that you're working with is dated, if that makes sense.
So will there be a long-term improvement and replacement plan? You guys are working on that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
All righty, so this is done, is this generally done before we go into the audit period? So is this something that staff would need to be able to have ready for the general audit cycle, which I think starts July 1st through December or something like that?
Yeah, it's kind of up to you guys when you want to perform the actual inventory. If you're going to do it on an annual basis, like I've worked hand in hand with auditors, right? Like I've gone out in the field with auditors and showed them my policies and processes on how I'm accounting for assets, and kind of explained it when I am starting like new project like that. I'm more than happy to do that if that's needed from an audit perspective for you guys. And so it just kind of depends on your needs and your wants for when you want to do it.
Yeah, I guess let me ask differently. So the industry standard is 1 to 2 years, 2 years at most.
Yes, ma'am.
My question is this type of information helpful for an audit? If so, as we're thinking about planning, right, when we have these done, do we want them to be done by be concluded by June 30th so it can go into, and then if there's questions of the auditor, the person who's done the evaluation could accompany them? Or I can't imagine that we want to be doing a capital asset evaluation at the same time that we're doing an audit for that fiscal year.
It's ideal to do it before the audit starts. Just like our inventory observation is done at June 30th, we can make it a policy to have the updates for capital asset valuation done at the same time before the audit starts. Usually it starts in late August, early September, because you have to do year-end closeouts. So that gives staff enough time to adjust for the capital assets, those changes in those evaluations that's needed.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hodges. So, we have one of our outside counsels here for a litigation matter that needs to go in executive session with us. I think we have a non-staff person on item 35. Wait, not 35, number 15. 35 deals with the audit, and I know we're gonna go through the forensic audit findings and recommendations. Is someone here for right side professional services, or is that just coming from staff? I don't see. Okay. And so outside counsel is sitting here waiting for one litigation matter. My recommendation is that we recess and go into executive session for that one litigation matter, and then come back out and go through the agenda, and we'll take the item number 15, I think is the only other non-staff person that's here tonight, and then we can proceed, or we can take the item number 15 now prior to going into executive session. And it may be quick. It's just dealing with property and casualty insurance renewals. I'm not sure. Is it a full presentation? So my recommendation would be that we do 15 quickly, go into executive session for the litigation matter, and then come back out for the rest of the agenda.
So, Madam Mayor, can we just do 15 and then go into executive session?
Yeah, that's my recommendation, that we do 15 and then take a motion to go into executive session. I meant recess into executive session. I don't see staff. Help me if you're expecting somebody, a non-staff person, to come tonight on any other item. No? So we can go to 15. Council discussion, possible action on 2025-2026 liability and property and casualty insurance renewals from McGriff Insurance Services. Mr. Jones.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to have our Human Resources Director, Ms. Jessie, come up and introduce our consultant on this matter.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. We are coming to you tonight to present the marketing results for the liability and property and casualty insurance renewals. You all have seen this gentleman before, Greg Singleton. He represents our broker, McGriff Insurance Services, and he's going to go over the results of their marketing efforts. And I'm going to turn it over to Greg.
Thank you, Ms. Jessie. Madam Mayor, council members, it's always a pleasure to be here with you guys. I won't take up too much of your time. I know you got a busy work session ahead of you, so I'm going to keep it brief and to the point, and I'll get started. So what we did in the middle of last renewal We were trying to get all of the expiration dates for all your policies with the city lined up to one congruent expiration date, which we were able to accomplish, which is now October 1st, 10/1. So now we're going through our first cycle, having everything up to 10/1 and going on 10/1 going forward. So with the first line of coverage, we have our cyber. Last year, 2024, 2025, you had a $81,031.60 premium for that year, and for the renewal, we were able to get it down to $71,895.20. We approached 5 additional markets, most of which declined, but we were pretty happy with the result in getting it down and retaining the amount of limits and the retention that we had on the previous policy. With our crime policy, we were able to keep the same limits, but it did increase. On average, it was about 9.44%. That was a standard market increase. They just went across the board with all of our customers that we have crime coverage with, but we did also go out. We approached Hanover, Great American, Chubb, and Travelers. Hanover was not competitive. Great American was not competitive. Chubb declined, and Travelers also declined. Moving along to general liability package. Last year, it was $1,101,516. This year, it's $1,318,803. And that was primarily because of you had retained amounts required for losses that were already in litigation, and before settlement, those blew up significantly once they were able to get settled and closed. So we had several that were trending, last year at a lower settlement, and this year when we looked at the losses, they went up significantly because they were all settled and closed. We could discuss all of that with the attorney's office if need be, but we've already had those conversations and we've talked through all of that stuff.
What does APD stand for?
Auto physical damage.
Auto physical damage.
Yeah, and there was an increase in that as well. Added new vehicles to the fleet, and it was about a 5% increase based on that. And we went out to other markets to see if we can get some other rates. There were several companies. There's not a whole lot of companies that do general liability package program, so we went out to the ones that we have access to, and they couldn't meet the terms and conditions or the limits. They wanted to go up higher limits, they wanted to go up higher retentions, and we felt like with the increase from last year with the limits going over to Safety National, it didn't make sense to try to go higher. So we decided that it would make the most sense to stay with what we have, because even though you had those settlements from those old claims and losses that were settled this year, the actual trends and losses this year were actually pretty good. So it's just the stuff that was from 2018, 2019, 2020 that was really impacting this and really set the loss trends for the carriers and made them a little bit leery, but safety was still willing to stick with you guys, but obviously they had to do a 16% increase. So. And the excess liability trended with, that's the $5 million set on top of the limits from Safety National to get you to the $10 million that you had. And they just trended with safety. They did a 17% increase as a result of just sitting, the layer sitting above Safety Nationals. Excess workers' comp is also with Safety National, and it actually went down a little bit, but there was also a decrease in payroll, so that was impacted by that. So it was 124,552 last year, and this year is 124,064. property. So with the property, there was a 52% increase in property values across the board for the city's property. So starting with that, you know, obviously with the huge increase, and primarily it was because, you know, when we looked at it and we did our trending, Risk did their trending, you saw that there were some properties that were owned by the city that were significantly undervalued, and in a way to try to correct that and get some of that up more in line with what the market values are, there was an increase in the amount of value for each of the properties across the board. So that increase was about 52% overall, which resulted in a 19% difference in premium from last year. Last year's premium was $379,302. This year is $451,440. And for, you know, premium for dollar, I feel like, you know, even with that huge increase in the values of the property, the 19% increase in premium is well in line with what we've been seeing with some of our other clients that have been doing significantly incremental increases in their property values and trying to get more in line with what it would actually cost if something were to go wrong, you had to replace an entire structure. So no significant difference in that overall. And you have your active shooter. Those policies typically follow the property policy. There is a 6.89% increase in premium for that, and that was based off just the property values going up. And we did shop those. We went to Hiscox, Beasley, AXA, and several other companies. And, you know, some declined because they weren't going to be competitive. Usually when we send out market indications to other carriers, we ask them to give us a number. And if the number is not where the current number is with the carrier that we have, then, you know, they typically will say, well, what do you have currently? We'll tell them where we are. And if they can't get there, they're just going to decline. And that is the last one. So all in all, it was a 16.3% increase from last year. And so the total last year was $2,203,184.60. This year, $2,562,101.20. And does anybody have any questions for me?
Thank you for your presentation, Councilmember Atkins.
Yes. Just a couple of questions. I think that, let's go back to the declinations. Are they mostly declining just because of it's outside of their scope, or they're just non-competitive? Were there some other reasons for some of those declinations?
So in most cases, it's terms and conditions within the policy. If we've got specific terms and conditions that they're not willing to meet, then they'll decline. And then it could also be limits and retention. So if we have a certain retention, for example, you know, we have a $10,000 retention on the cyber policy. If the carrier can't meet that retention, they want to increase it to $50,000 in order for us to get a quote from them, or to get, you know, to get somewhat competitive. They may say, well, you know, we can't do 10,000. 10,000 is too low for us. Our threshold is 25,000 or 50,000. Well, for us, you know, like, it makes the most sense to have the lowest amount of buy-in from the client, right? That's the retention. So we try to negotiate the lowest buy-in on the retention side of things, and if the carriers can't meet it, they're just going to decline. Other factors could be that the limits that the policy currently carries. If it's $2 million or $3 million limit and they want to sell it for $1 million, with a $2 million aggregate, they'll decline. You know, so usually it's just how the policy is structured and whether or not they can meet the structure of the current situation. And if they can't, some of them gracefully decline, some of them try to negotiate and say, well, you know, if we can increase the limit, maybe we can give you this other line of coverage. And in all of those situations, we assess it, you know, line for line to see if the terms and conditions meet up with what we currently have. And if it doesn't, then it, you know, we'll just say, you know, that, well, you know, the city's not willing to do that. That doesn't really make sense.
Okay. And then are there any are there any recommendations or things that we can do internally that could help drive down some of these premium costs? I know the insurance is just going up across the board everywhere, but are there things that we could do that we're not doing, or things that we could do better to help in terms of stabilizing or bringing some of these premiums down?
It's a great question. Well, actually, one of the things that Risk has been doing really well this year is working really closely with the insurance company in rolling out safety initiatives across the entire city footprint. So they've been doing a lot of training with police and fire, the Parks and Rec, sanitation, scheduling trainings with the insurance companies on safety, distracted driving, proper lifting. So, they've been working really hard at trying to get resources and tools that the insurance company provides through their, through purchasing insurance with them, and they've been using it an awful lot. So I've seen significant improvement in the communication from Risk to various departments when it results to training and rolling out safety initiatives across the board. And I think that's going to be helpful.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for the presentation. Can you go back to the top? I think it was cyber.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so just to, I think, expand on Councilman Atkins' first question, all of these say declined and controls. Can you explain that? Is that they declined because they didn't feel that we had the controls in place, that there was too much risk?
Well,
or what does that mean?
So what they'll do is they'll do a test. They'll test the system to see what kind of results they come back with. And if they feel as though it's not in line with what they like to see, each carrier has a different set of what they're willing to accept as in good standing with the controls. But that usually, if they already have a company that has them, they're only going to give you the amount, they're only going to give you the assessment based on what they can get from the information that they currently have. That doesn't mean that they have, like what the insurance company that you currently have does, is every year. They do their assessment prior to having a meeting with your IT department. And with your IT department, they go through and they ask all these questions. They talk about, updating the system and how often it's happening, where the backups are taking place, what are they doing about security protocols when it comes to emails. And they usually, after having that conversation, they're satisfied. All these other carriers, they don't do that. So, they're only going to do it if they're actually going to be up as an option for the account. But if they're already out of line with their numbers, then they're probably not going to take the next step to do a detailed investigation of your controls to see if you're actually, a good candidate for them, if you understand what I'm saying. There's another step that's involved after that. And in most cases, if their premium is not in line with what we currently have, and their terms and conditions, their limits, the retention, if it's not in line, like they want more or they want a lower limit, typically what we'll say is, okay, thank you, and it's a mutual, like agree to disagree on it, and there's no need for us to move forward because we already have something good that we'd like to stick with anyway. But if they do feel like they can be competitive, then they would take the next step. In most cases, when they don't feel like they can be competitive, they don't. And that's where you see they just blame it on controls because they don't want to put the investment into it by setting up a call and going through all of this stuff that the current company does with their IT department. So I wouldn't say that it's because assuming that you guys are in bad shape or anything like that. That's not the case. It's just a matter of they don't have all the information that the current carrier has. And when that current carrier decides to, okay, we've seen some things that could be of an issue, they will notify the IT department and they'll give them time to fix it or come up with a solution, work with them on a solution, and then they'll go through training, which they've done, in a couple of instances throughout last year. But most other carriers, they don't get that far. So when you see the controls, It's just that they don't have all the information that the current carrier has when it comes to that.
Okay, so that category isn't necessarily any different in terms of the other categories where they just didn't feel, they declined because it wasn't going to be competitive.
Right.
Correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
For the cyber coverage, I know you said this is the same coverage we already had. Is there anything additional we need to be looking at as it relates to cyber coverage, in addition to what we currently have? I know we had this whole issue of social engineering versus cyber and whether it was or was not covered. Did we take all of that into consideration as it relates to the cyber policy based upon the cyber issue we had?
Yes. And there's two ways that you kind of have coverage built in there. There's also crime that has some coverage for social engineering in there. If you remember when the situation happened on the traveler's policy, we were able to help you guys get some of the money back from the crime policy as well as the liability policy in that particular instance. But now that you have cyber, you have actual cyber coverage, but you still have something in the crime policy that kind of helps out with that when it comes to, like, if it was a internal situation that kind of happened.
What's the limits for those?
So the limits on the cyber policy is $2 million breach response limit, e-crime $250,000, $2 million dependent business, and $2 million ransomware and malware.
Was there any way to get the crime limit increased? Like, is $250,000 the maximum coverage for e-crime?
Yes, there is an option to get more coverage for that. And I would have to email that over to Jackie and Iris, but I can get an indication on that probably by tomorrow to see what it would look like to get higher.
Do you know what the maximum was? I mean, sometimes they go up, like $1 million might be the max or something for a type of coverage. Do you recall that, or is that something you need to get focused to?
So with the e-crime, so the way these cyber companies, these insurance companies work, they're trying to give you the least amount of limit with the highest hit rate of cyber breaches. So they give you the $2 million aggregate and the $2 million breach response limit. The e-crime thing is something that they're still like not as aggressive with. So we've seen 500,000, $1 million, but the increase in premium, I couldn't give you an exact number, but I will check and make sure that I can get you something that, that makes sense.
Okay.
But I don't have that. I don't want to tell you something,
No, that's understandable.
on record,
No, that's understandable.
that I would have to go and investigate.
Thanks. I look forward to receiving it. Councilmember Mitchell.
Excuse me. Yes, thank you for your presentation. On our cyber coverage, if you could slide back over to the premiums. Did we lose any coverage, or is there a reason why there was a decrease, or do we have the same amount of coverage as last year?
No, you didn't lose any coverage. The current carrier was satisfied with the controls that you had in place, and right now the cyber market is very soft. There's been a lot of insurance companies coming into the market, so the incumbent carriers in most cases will get extremely aggressive on renewals so that the competitors really can't get an opportunity to take it away from them. So usually they'll come in with a very aggressive initial quote, and a lot of the other carriers will decline based on that indication, straight out the gate.
Okay, that was going to be my other question. Why most of those other companies or carriers declined? Because okay, they couldn't compete. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And I'm assuming the recommendation from staff is that we go with these coverage recommendations. Mr. Jones?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to ask that it be put on the agenda so we can get the information on e-crime in the event that there's a desire to increase that line of coverage. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, can we get a motion to recess into executive session for one legal matter?
So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in recess. Motion to reconvene.
Motion to reconvene.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. In the matter of City of East Point versus Kinsale, I need a motion to proceed as discussed in executive session. Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. For the claims arising out of the the Officer Goodine allegations, I need a motion to proceed as discussed in executive session. Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? And because I believe we'll have other executive session items tonight, we'll approve the minutes after the other ones. We are now just only at the forensic audit. So let's do something. Let's go back through the agenda. Because some of these discussions we can either have tonight or just have on Monday. Yeah, but these are on staff items, so if it's a staff item, instead of discussing tonight, we could discuss on Monday, right? Because the discussions may be brief. So let's start at item number 15 has already gone to the agenda. Item 16, I wanted to discuss because it's a sole source. We can do that on Monday. 16, item number 17, it's a $4 million item. I think we need to discuss it, but it also is drones as first responders and a lot of things around safety. I think we can wait, unless somebody wants to talk about it tonight, we could just have it on the agenda and not put it on consent. Monday then? Yes. Item number 20 is an ordinance. I do want to hear about that ordinance. Hear more from the city attorney in addition to what's been provided. These others, we put 21, we said discuss because of the amount, but we can discuss that on Monday. Is that right? Okay with that?
Can you talk about 17?
17, I said discuss Monday because it's $4 million. And it's.
Yeah, because of that amount, I have some questions about that.
Yeah, this is all of the IT stuff for police, drones as first responders and cameras and all of that, but we can discuss Monday. I have questions as well. All right, 22, we can go agenda. Oh. 24, we wanted to discuss, but do you all want to discuss? I mean, we can't keep some of these discussions tonight and not all of them. Because if we put all of them on Monday, then we're just here longer then. So you all want to discuss, I guess, why don't we discuss, because it's 4 million, why don't we discuss that one tonight? 17. Discuss 17 tonight, we'll discuss 27 tonight is 1.5. 24, do we want to discuss that one tonight? We only have 24, 30, 32, and 33 that would be remaining. And 32 and 33 deal with finance, so we can talk about those as a part of the audit along with 35, 32, 33, so those will come together with that. What about which one, Councilman Shropshire? Huh? 30. What's 30? Do we want to, I mean, 30 is only $22, I meant $22. It is not $22, it's $22,000. But we need to discuss that project. Do we want to discuss that tonight or on Monday?
I only had two questions. It could wait till Monday. I wasn't wanted to discuss number 30.
All right, number 24 tonight. So 30 is Monday, the agenda. 24, do we want to discuss tonight or Monday?
24?
Yeah. I think that's the one. Councilmember Ziegler, you had questions on that one? No? Somebody had questions. I scratched out agenda. Had it on the agenda, then I scratched it out. Sweetwater Creek runs through off-road trails, maintenance is essential to unnecessary interruptions at water can for 24 go to consent? Okay. Huh? I don't either. And then I had agenda and then I scratched it out and maybe I was on the wrong number. No, the amount is only 160, so that wouldn't have triggered. 32, 33, and then we have those at the end. 27, we're gonna discuss 17. So right now, of new agenda, I haven't gone back to previous agendas, we will be discussing 20, 27, 32, 33, and then 35 through 37 and 39. But those are agenda.
Madam Mayor, we can move number 39 to October work session.
October work session?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So on previous agenda items, do we have an officer here for update on policing? Oh, gee, okay. Credit card policy and travel. Do we feel we're ready for those tonight? I can't hear you, Councilman Butler. No, y'all, there was a lot of rumbling when I asked about it earlier, so I just said tonight. But if you all want to go to October work session, Councilmember Mitchell, your lights on?
I'd rather keep that one here. I was just reading through it, but I was going to talk about my number 13. But
Okay.
No, so if we don't do this tonight, we'd have to wait till next month
Work session.
before it can go on the agenda for a council meeting, correct? Okay. Okay.
Number 13.
Yeah, we can keep it short, but just so we can bring it
So
up.
right now, outside of the presentations, we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13, and 14 on previous agendas. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's about 15 items. Some of them are combined, though. All right, we'll check in again if needed. For the presentations, let me see if fire have something else out of the ones that we're discussing tonight. So, if we could do the right side professional services, then as a part of the forensic audit, we can have a whole finance discussion, and Mr. City Manager Jones, you tell me how you want to lead. But 32 deals with finance, 33 deals with finance, 35 deals with finance, and then we have forensic audit. I would recommend we do 32, 33, 35, and then the forensic audit, and that'll take care of finance.
Well, I was going to suggest that on the forensic audit, Plant Moran has expressed interest in in coming forward to do a presentation, the one that they never had done on the 22nd. It would flow best to allow them to do that before I go into the recommendations and blah, blah, blah.
So they're now willing to come?
They are now willing to come on the 22nd. We were also working on some backup dates, but the 22nd is what they had shared with us.
Are we paying them additional money to come?
It would typically be within the same contract.
Okay.
Yeah, so we wouldn't have to do a new contract or anything.
So you want to move that to September 22nd special call meeting?
It could be then, yes, it could certainly be then, and it can, so right now I have one part, so if you recall, there's 11 items in 11 areas of concern in the audit.
Yep.
I have 5 prepared now, if council wanted it, but I feel like it would be a little disjointed if I did it now. By the 22nd, I'll be able to have more, if not all 11 items, certainly more than I have now, and can move forward after their presentation. And then if there's any cleanup after that, then the October meeting.
So then we could just have one meeting on forensic audit.
Yeah, hopefully.
But you said they've also shared other dates. So right now, do you know if it's definitely
Well,
going to be September 22nd or?
We're working on other dates just to have backup, but the 22nd, they actually present it as being available as an option.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking is because we'll have to call a special call meeting, and once we set the date, right, I mean, then we'd have to call another meeting if it's a different date. So you can let us know what their final decision is, their final answer. Is that your final answer?
Yeah.
And then we could do a special call for that date, for the forensic audit. Okay. But then I just gave finance a hope, a glimmer of hope that they were about to. Okay, so let's do finance. We won't do the forensic audit. We'll do the finance items. We'll do right side professional services. We will then go to, trying to see if staff's needed on. Councilmember Mitchell, who's needed on 13?
I believe we as Madam City Attorney, were you able to look into any pre-existing laws we might have on AI robocalls? Okay.
When we last discussed it, we talked about, I think the police said that they were doing it under they were doing an investigation under some ordinance or crimes that existed.
Right, so we were trying to see what was already on the books and if there was.
So we'll do that one after update on
Okay.
policing, since it's connected to policing. Our city attorney, she gonna be with us, especially because she got some executive session items too. Okay, so let's go to finance, then fire, then we'll go to police for 4 and 13. We'll combine those two. And our city attorney, everything else is on the agenda. Got East Point Power for 2, police, we have that 4 million. So we'll do, when we do police updating, it'll be 4, 13, and 17. And then we'll go to East Point Power. And I don't think we have any left for wardens. Warden, no, we won't have left. So I think most of you all have been moved to Monday, and some are still here. Will still be here tonight. So let's go to 32, 33, and 35. Start with 32. Mr. Jones, this is Budgeting software.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our interim finance director, Mr. Golden, will walk us through this item.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor and Council. With this item, we're looking to procure budgeting software. Currently, when we assemble our budget, it's a manual process. We're using Word, we're using Excel, we're using PDFs to piece together the budget book and other elements of the budget. What this will allow us to do is put that budget book in a digital format. It will be able to upload the data from our BSNA software, and it makes the process a little bit more seamless. It also comes with the module to depict our capital improvement plan as well, so we'll be able to use the module to actually enhance the capital improvement plan. Also, it comes with a transparency portal. That's been a big item in previous council meetings, so this software will give us those capabilities to do that. And the cost to purchase the software and implement and train staff is at $56,000, not to exceed $56,000, and funding source is general funds.
Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This 56,000, is this a one-time deal, or is that what it is annually? Or is there a maintenance fee, or?
Yes, it's a one-time implementation, but it then drops to 37 a year.
37,000 a year? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I yield.
Yes. Is this when we had my one-on-one with budget and I was asking questions about the platform that we were currently using, and you had talked about a platform that you desired to have? Is this the software that you were speaking of?
Yes, we landed on this one. I was actually talking about another, but that one, once we looked into it, it didn't fit our need.
Okay.
So this is the best product for what we need.
Okay. And with this will help to produce a budget book, and will it include images? I know you talked about the capital improvement plan, but all sorts of things that most municipalities are producing with their budget books today?
Correct. We'll have images. We'll be able to, we won't have to worry about other grammatical things. It even has an AI component to it. So it's very advanced. I'm excited about it, but yes. Okay. It's going to be a very, very good asset for us.
Thank you.
Was there a solicitation done for this?
We used through the Omnia contract. I'm not familiar with how that works, but we did get a couple of quotes, I believe, in regards to this. I don't know where.
What's the cooperative Omnia contract? Contracts and procurement, that's a contracts and procurement question.
Yeah.
What is the cooperative Omnia contract?
Omnia is one of the aggregated purchases for the city, along with Sourcewell. So you have Sourcewell, Omnia, Byboard, TIPS. Those are one of our cooperative contracts that we use.
So they're like pre-approved?
Correct. They do their own, they do a solicitation process similar to like the state, where the state uses, they have a huge solicitation. They'll vet out all the people, and they allow municipalities to utilize them.
Okay. Any addition or objection to this going on consent? Consent, okay. 33, you can stay because this is emergency vendor. I'm not sure why this is an emergency.
Turn off the mic. With this item, because of the nature of we're doing audits back to back, we needed to get started with the cost allocation plan. The last cost allocation plan was done 2015 by Maximus. We haven't done an update since then, and since then the city has grown. We have new departments, we have new cost services, shared services. So this particular vendor was able to help us with that cost allocation plan service.
So does this meet our requirements for an emergency procurement? I don't know if that's the contracts and procurement question or legal, but
Yes, Madam Mayor. In speaking with the finance director, we were talking about how this impacts the city and the residents and getting this information out in a timely fashion. Say it again, ma'am?
what's our requirements for emergency procurement?
The wealth, health, wealth, safety.
Health, welfare?
Welfare, I'm sorry. Welfare, I apologize. I said wealth. Health, welfare, safety for the residents.
Okay, yeah. Any objection to this being on consent? All right. 35, 2020, discussion on 2024 audit report timeline for completion. Councilmember Martin Rogers.
Yes, and a couple of months ago, we had a presentation in regards to some projects or spaces that we wanted to see developed. We also got a plan from Mr. City Manager, but my question, I wanted to know, when was the 2024 audit going to be completed?
Projects to be developed.
We talked about the multi-generational facility.
Yeah, well, that's not connected to the budget. The audit.
No, one of those audits needed to be completed in order for us to move forward.
Timeline on 2024.
Yeah.
With 24, we started some of the audit procedures. However, even until we can issue the 2023, those auditors can't do most of their planning. So once we get that, I can come back and give a update on the timeline.
When is 2023 going to be completed?
We are drafting, I'm supposed to get the government-wide tonight, so once I get that, then I can draft.
What tonight?
I'm sorry. With the financial report, there are sections that we're trying to finalize. And one of those sections is the government-wide, which is, it has the major funds. And so we're drafting that, and once we draft that, then it's just the MD&A and then reviewing the notes. And then we can come, I'll have the auditor come and give a presentation on the audit for 23.
So are we saying that's going to be clearly it's probably not going to be Monday, it's going to be October?
It'll be before October, I can say that.
So that would either be at the meeting on Monday, which is
I'm sorry, yes ma'am.
or at the special call meeting for the forensic audit.
It would have to be October's meeting. I can have them at October's meeting.
October 6th?
Is that, yes.
That's the first meeting in October?
Yes.
Put the 2023 audit presentation on October 6th. And if that happens on October 6th, then this one can go to October work session for an update on 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's all your items.
Thank you.
Right side, professional services, fire.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
I'm Technical Service Officer Chief Hill with the City of East Point Fire Department. Also have the fire chief on my left. Tonight's presentation is going to be in regards to Right Site. We previously were asked to explain how we're going to implement this system into the city and also how we plan on notifying the community of the services of Right Site.
So I apologize. Let me pause you really quickly. Because when we talked about this presentation being done, we wanted it to be done at a council meeting. This is a work session. When we say council meeting, meaning one where it's more open to the public, and so we have one or two options tonight, council. We can have them, because I think you all are just providing us an update from the last one about rollout, timeline, and
Yes,
all of
ma'am.
those things.
That's basically just how we're going to communicate that communication piece to the community. You want us to bring it back Monday or?
Yeah. Monday. So
Monday, no problem.
that way you're not double presenting.
I got you. Well, thank you.
No, we appreciate you. I didn't think I thought you all might have had an additional ask, and then when you got up here and started presenting, I was like, we did say come back with the details, but we weren't specific about which meeting.
And I just wanted to let you know, Chief Hill, he's doing the presentation tonight because we're trying to start a succession planning within the fire department for all our positions. So we're getting him prepared just to talk before council and things like that. So that's why
Okay.
he's doing it with me up here.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, no.
Look, are you trying to foreshadow something to us?
No, it's just something that we have to look forward to in the future. So
Ain't going
I'm just
nowhere
trying
no
to
time
prepare.
soon.
No, definitely.
Thank you all, though.
You all will be the first presentation
Madam Mayor, while we have an opportunity, I was just notified that a couple items from Parks Department was moved to Monday. They're actually going to be at a conference next Monday, so if we could squeeze them in this evening while we have them, it might be appropriate. Yes.
We can do those. We had put them on the agenda, but they should be short. The thing is that we can do the presentation tonight in case there's questions. I do think we should take a actual vote on these charging stations at city parks. So whether or not the staff presents, I think that's something that we should highlight as a level of innovation in Parks and Rec. So we'll go to update on policing, and then Parks and Rec will have 6, 21, and 22. And update on policing is 4, 13, and 17. Jones, we'll start with the update on policing and then go to 13 and 17 as a part of that discussion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll have Chief Buchanan, our police chief, walk us through this item.
And Chief, it may be helpful during your update if you could talk about 27, because I know that's a part of the innovation and technology. I meant 17, I don't know why I keep saying 27.
No problem, I'll cover everything. First of all, good evening, Mayor, Council, City Attorney, City Manager, Deputy City Manager, everybody else. Real quick, for active shooting, right now we're doing training for active shooting because of a recent school shootings across the country. We want to make sure our staff is up to par, so we're working on that. Also, our crisis intervention training is our time of year again where we do a lot of mental health training to address the needs of the community. Had a couple car thefts, so we're actively trying to catch these criminals. We have pictures of them. We're just trying to actively identify them and catch them. Tomorrow, we're going to Hillcrest Community. We're going to speak with the senior citizens for the day. We're trying to make sure we engage and answer any kind of needs they have. A couple of weeks, we'll be at the Sun Valley Community. That's in terms of our updates. The Axon contract is a 5-year renewal. It's normally up in 2027, but because we're going to our drones as a first responder through Axon, they suggested that we should renew the contract now because it would save $125,000 per year. So by us renewing the contract earlier, we're going to save about $500,000. So we went forward with that plan because I think that's just very efficient for the city to save that kind of money. In terms of the Clearview, for our detectives, when we are actually doing photo lineups, sometimes people have tattoos on their face and things of this nature, so it's hard to put them in a lineup. That is a system that scans every database in the criminal justice system in the country to come up with identical looking people so we can actually do a lineup. And those are my agenda items.
The 17, so it's like $4 million.
Yes, that's the Axon one.
Yeah, so if you can kind of break down what's included in it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Definitely. So as you know, Axon has a full suite of items. It's including our body cameras as well as our tasers. Our tasers are Axon. That's the only company that makes tasers now. They bought up everybody else. Our in-car cameras as well, when we're driving our cars and we're videotaping traffic stops and things of this nature, as well as our FUSIS system, which is our real-time crime center, plus our drone system as well as Axon. So every item we use besides our CAD is an Axon product.
And that's a state contract.
Yes, it is.
Yes, thank you, Chief. For this particular item, the $4 million, so you said that this is a renewal?
Yes, well, it's an addition and a renewal. The drones are added to the contract, but everything else is a renewal. And because we bundled all the items, we actually got the drones at a better price.
Okay. And so if we're adding that, so previously the current contract does not include that particular item?
Yes, the current contract does not include the drones. So what they agreed to do, instead of us starting and having two different contracts, put everything on one contract just to save money. So our current contract will be ending after that contract is signed.
And what is the additional amount for the drones?
If I'm not mistaken, it was $260,000, $70,000. However, we also included, we have additional cars, additional people, so we added some more body cameras and things of that nature as well.
Okay. And here it says a first responder drone. So
Yes.
you're talking about more than one, or?
It's
you're
6.
talking about It's 6.
So the way they work, they're in pods. So we have 3 on the west side of the city and 3 on the east side of the city to cover. So just based on time of flight, if one is starting to run low on battery, another one will autonomously take off and replace that one in service. And then we have one for spare just in case we get multiple calls.
So I was having questions about this just because of the amount at $4 million. And so there's a component, you said that the drones were added. So if we're adding the drones to this, do we not have to go out for another solicitation?
So that's a good question. So there's only a couple companies that make drones, but the reason we chose them is just because we're already with Axon and the cost is cheaper and we get more for less. So the other competition was $250,000, but it was for 1 drone versus 6 drones.
And I just wanted to clarify the $4 million is actually $895,000 a year for 4 years, I believe. 5 years.
It's not on there for 5. The contract says 5. I think the first payment is this year $630 or $640, and then it's $800,000 for the rest of the years.
So it should probably say not to exceed the $4 million over a 5-year period. And it should say first responder drones instead of ACE first responder 5-year period.
So so my question would be about a procurement, if we're just able to add this to the current contract and we don't have to go out for another procurement, if we're adding something to the current contract, because if we're adding the drone services to this particular contract, then that wasn't bidded before, correct?
Yes and no. So when we looked at the drone systems, there's 3 companies. Axon was one of them, and based on our vetting process, we chose Axon, which is Skydio, because it gave us a better deal and a better option. So we did go out and we looked at, it's only 3 companies that really make them for first responders. So we looked at all those and evaluated and decided to go with the best vendor, which is Axon, which we already have.
Okay. And there is Axon the only company that we get any of our public safety equipment from?
The only other company is Fusus, and we looked at and evaluated Fusus drones as well. Matter of fact, they came and did a demonstration for us at City Hall. But after looking at all the factors and including the price, Axon was the better company because they're partnered with Skydio, and they was able to give us a much better deal and a much better savings. And we're getting 6 drones for the price of 1 drone.
Okay. All right. I think that's all the questions that I have about that, but I was concerned about the amount, and then so that makes sense if it's $895 per year over 5 years for an amount not to exceed. And we don't have to go out, Madam Attorney, for another procurement, even if we're adding a component to the current contract?
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
Procurement policy may require us to. And I also want to be clear that it's not a 5-year contract. It's a 12-month or 1-year contract. They have followed the contractual requirements to break up that amount to reflect the amount for each year, right? And so while they gave us the price for 2025, 2026, 2027, and so on, that makes it look like a 5-year. It actually is a 1-year that if we did decide to terminate we could terminate at the end of each year. Does that make sense? We don't have to live out the entire 5 years because that's something that we can't do.
Okay. And if we decided to do that, with the deal that the chief is talking about, then would we lose that deal of $125, that savings per year?
I don't know, potentially, if they're guaranteeing that they're giving us this rate because they think we're going to stay in it for the 5 years. I am looking at the terms and conditions now, but the quote, if you will, which is what I received, has it where each year is listed out separately, which is correct, as opposed to one lump sum for the entire 5 years, which would not be correct. Give me 1 second, I can tell you shortly.
So those are really, Chief, those were the 2 things that struck, the amount and then the drone, because we have, heretofore we haven't used drone technology, is that right?
Yes, we have, but not in terms of drones as a first responder.
Okay.
So these are a little bit different because they are autonomous drones where we can dispatch them to different calls.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what makes a difference. And it's literally, I think it's 3 companies, and we vetted all the companies, and we looked at the price, we did an evaluation. So we did go through a process to see who was going to give us the best, basically best flight time and best bang for the buck. And that's why we chose Skydio, which is partnered with Axon in the same contract.
Okay. And this is an early renewal because it's not the year that we would normally renew with Axon, is that correct?
Yes, so the renewal is 2027. So if we just chose not to renew and that was the issue, they said we don't have to renew the contract, but if we do not renew the contract, they go up every year. So they say it's better to renew now and just make this year's payment and continue on, because if we don't renew, when we do renew in 2027, that's an additional $125,000 a year that we will have incurred.
Okay. All right. And the Madam Attorney is speaking with contracts. Go ahead. No, I just want to make sure that we're clear, because we're adding the drones to this existing contract and that we don't have to do another procurement.
That's what I was just asking Mr. Lawrence about, if y'all should this as a change order, right, to the existing contract, as opposed to a whole new contract for the purposes of the drone purchase. And I stopped because I heard you talking, so I didn't have an answer to that. I will say to your earlier question, though, the termination language in the contract does allow us to terminate with 30-day notice, regardless of where you are in each of the years
Mhm.
5 years.
Okay.
It does require that all fees be heard before the effective date be paid, but we wouldn't be on the hook for anything post after the 30-day notice, which is an important part of this to ensure that we're not, what's the word, on the hook for an entire 5-year contract if we decide to get out of it in year 2.
Okay.
Change order, after that.
Okay. Get that.
Councilmember Freeland.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. And I don't know if this is a question for you or someone else, but can you explain, what does it mean, a state contract? Can you explain what that means?
So there's a way, when we procure contracts, either it's a sole source, which means that's the only company that has an item or product. There's a single source, which means that particular product we're choosing based on the specialty of the product and the company we're using. And then there's a state contract. So there's a list of state contractors that are preferred vendors through the state. So that's what it is.
Okay, so they're on a list of preferred vendors, sort of vetted by the state of Georgia?
Yes.
For these sorts of law enforcement contracts, or?
Yes, so for example, when we buy cars, is 2 or 3 dealers that's on the state contract, Wade, I think Atkins Ford, and one more, if I'm not mistaken. So when we buy vehicles, it's just easier to go through the state contract because they have state contract pricing, and it's supposed to be a lot easier and better, and just, they have been vetted through the state. So we don't have to get comparisons and things of that nature when we go to buy a car.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. I was going to ask, I believe you just said it. I was going to ask, was this sole sourcing procurement? Does it qualify as that, or?
No.
Okay.
Yes, no.
Okay.
And when we use state contracting, that is a form of procurement, correct?
Correct.
So that does not require the competitive bidding because it's already been done by the state.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. In this, I'm just going to go back to update on policing.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
So my question is code enforcement. And I know I've talked about the rooming house in the area.
Right, so we actually are working on that when you called us. Matter of fact, it was last week when you called us, so we're dealing with that issue right now. We're citing those people because they haven't boarded up anything, the windows are open, so we're taking, you're talking about that residence on the low, correct?
Yes.
Yes, we're definitely taking care and dealing with that. And matter of fact, it's my fault, I need to send everybody, because we have code enforcement issues, I send y'all a monthly stat on code enforcement, so I'll make sure I send that out tomorrow.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Attorney Wiggins, you have the response. I don't know if the state contracting being the procurement in this instance requires a change order.
No, we are on good terms with how they presented it. So it's, the contract wasn't approved yet for the body cameras, the e-car cameras, the interview rooms. They added that. And I will tell you, because I had to look this up for someone else, let me just give you that in a second. 1 second. And if you don't want to wait on me, I understand, but I can get you that answer in a couple of minutes.
No, I think this is the question that Councilmember Atkins answered. Was trying to give you all some time. I think so we want the answer, and the agenda item should probably reflect the annual amount, not to exceed whatever. Does it go up or it goes down?
The first year is, if I'm not mistaken, it's in the 600s, thousands. I think it's 650, 640. Then for the next 4 years, it's the same amount every year.
And what's that amount?
I'll tell you, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Thank you.
So the amount per year in August 2025 to August 2026, it is $717,437.64.
For 2026, it's $814,86.56. For 2027, it's $844,379.80. 2028, $844,379.81, and the same amount for 2029.
So for the agenda item, if it goes on consent, what amount should we be using, not to exceed?
That, the amount actually should be $4,064,663.62. All of that adds up to that, not
Right.
what's on this agenda.
So not to exceed that amount over a 5-year period?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I started asking you questions, it might have pulled you away from the other question that needs to be answered.
Madam Mayor, I have a question, if it pleases.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you. How you doing, Chief? The city attorney gave us an outline of the different fees. Just for clarification's sake, do we own the drones or are they leased through this program?
Upon finished payment, we'll own those drones.
Okay, and so if we wanted them after year one, would we have paid for them at the year one payment of 600,000+?
You know, because that includes everything with the body camera, so that payment is not just for drones, it's for the full suite of products.
Okay, very good. And just for summation for us and the city, the residents, in that bundle, we're getting, outline that for us, please.
So we're getting our body cameras, which we already have. We're upgrading to the latest generation of body cameras, which allows you to speak to an officer, has a lot more functions than they currently have. We're getting our tasers, we're getting our in-car cameras, as well as Fusus, which is our real-time crime center software. We're also getting the drones as a first responder. Our interview rooms are set up to be recorded, so the other company that also has placed their equipment in our interview rooms. So everything we do in policing in terms of in-car cameras, body cameras, tasers, drones, all those products are in this one bundle.
And just for summary's sake, you said with the drone program, we'll be able to have a drone on a site within how many seconds or minutes?
80% of our calls, 90 seconds or less.
And we're going to have 3, 6 total.
6 total. We'll put 3 on, I say the east side of the city, which is this area right here, and we'll put 3 by Camp Creek area.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
No problem.
I emailed out a copy of the contract to the council members and the mayor, so you can see exactly the breakdown of the equipment, the quantity, the description.
And just if I can add, I don't want to add too much, but Axon is a full suite of products, but it's fitted for over 140 officers. So we have extra body cameras, things of this nature. When we hire people, or if something breaks down, we have to have more than just the amount of officers we have. So that's why we have more products than you'll see on the list.
You have to answer Attorney Wiggins, if not Councilmember Atkinson.
Yes, just want to thank Attorney Wiggins for sending that contract so that we can review it. Would it also be possible to see our current Axon contract? You don't have that?
Sure you can, but I just don't have it to see.
Okay. I guess Mr. Lawrence would have it? Okay. All right.
And I can tell you, because I just looked at it, the price we pay right now is right at $500,000 a year.
About $500,000?
Yes.
Okay.
You talked about 16, which is the Clearview facial recognition. Any objection to that going to consent? Any objection to 17 going to consent? And then Chief, 13 about the municipal policy for deep fake and illegal robocalls. We talked about this briefly at the last meeting, and it was reported by, forgot the officer who was here last meeting to report on your behalf. Officer Bullock said that there was an investigation being done and that there may be some existing ordinances that could apply.
And I know
Call
part, I just didn't hear the first part. You said.
The deep fake illegal robocalls.
Oh, yes. He's still investigating that. I should have got with him beforehand, but he's still investigating that to find out exactly what's going on with that.
Do you know what ordinances or existing ordinance that are in place that might be applicable?
So I don't know if there's an ordinance throughout our city that's applicable. So this, and I will tell you, we talked about this is a lot of new technology that's using AI technology. So it's very difficult because a lot of times technology has outpaced the law. And that's in a lot of cases when you turn to AI technology. So we're trying to find laws that are applicable just because technology is so advanced right now. A lot of stuff in the books just hasn't caught up to it. But I'll let you know. But what it would be is something of, if that person uses the person's name, things of that nature, it would be identity theft of some sort, if that occurred. And he's investigating that, but I would definitely get back to you on that again.
Existing ordinance would be identity theft
Yes,
or state statute, I'm not sure.
the state statute would be identity theft, if certain parameters were set, identifiable markings, things of that nature.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Sorry about that. I wanted to make sure we put this on tonight's meeting. We are working on an ordinance that might be a little bit more specific to AI, Councilwoman Cummings and I, so I hope I can get that to legal in the near future, and we can talk about it at our next meeting.
That's perfectly fine. Thank you.
Will we be able to put this on our next council meeting?
For items where we're going to vote on that night, not just discuss. So if we haven't looked at it or reviewed it, we don't have anything to discuss.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
All right, October work session for 13. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman.
I just wasn't sure. The city attorney emailed us also on this, and I didn't know if she had something else she wanted to add to the discussion.
Yes, sir. I am so sorry. Please let me talk to the council.
No, I saw that you had emailed us.
I did.
And so I didn't know, before we closed out this item, was there anything more you wanted to add, related to the email you sent?
I think the chief answered it because there's not an ordinance, right? And I believe that was the question that Councilman Mitchell had, was whether there was some local ordinance to regulate that behavior. I will say that other than the state law and what I emailed you guys regulates businesses, not individuals, it would be hard pressed to have an ordinance that tries to regulate robocalls by individuals without some, like I put in the email, reliable technology and an operator who could testify in municipal court to say that this is what we researched, this is what happened, the technology picked this up. Like that would be an expensive ordinance, and your statutory authority is only up to $1,000, right? Unless there's multiple robocalls, and then you maybe can charge $1,000 per call. But given that the state has already touched this issue in the Federal Communications Commission, we may be preempted from doing more outside of, what we already have. And so I just think an ordinance probably would not be the best idea, but allow the police to maybe enforce it through the current state laws like identity theft, as he said.
Our maximum fine is 1,000 and maximum, 6 months in jail?
6 months.
In jail?
For city ordinance violations. And I still have my light on because I have something from the previous issue whenever you're ready, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay, so with relation to the state contract with the Exxon people, my question before I answer, and I answered too prematurely about whether or not we needed a change order, is whether or not the state, when they bid and did the competitive process for Exxon, did it include drones, or was it just for the body cameras, the in cameras, and everything else prior to us adding the drones? Does that make sense? Did the state ever have drones in their competitive bidding process when they procured them?
So what I know is state had Axon. I'm not sure what suite of products they chose to have, but I can get back with you on that.
Yes, because if they did not ever do a competitive bidding process that would have identified Axon as a provider of drones, then we're not relying on the state contract for the drone part, just for everything else. Does that make sense?
So, sounds like we need to put it on the agenda for y'all to figure that out.
Sounds like it.
Look at that.
17. Or we can leave it on consent, and if it's something different, we pull it.
Okay.
Either way.
So, I have a question.
Councilmember Shropshire.
So my question is, if we put it on consent and we get the information that we need, then we can, if we put it on the agenda and we get the information that we need, then we can move it to consent before the agenda is approved.
Yes, or vice versa. If we put it on consent and get that information, we can pull it from consent and put it on it.
Yeah, and if we could get it before Monday?
Certainly, if the contact at the state can provide that information about what was Axon originally, bidding on, then yes.
Okay.
But it does rely on us to get information from other people, and hopefully they
if we
move
could
at
try
our
to have
speed.
it before then.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
So we want to leave it on consent and take it off, or put it on the agenda and move to consent?
I had questions, so, I think that the attorney was really getting to the question that I really had in terms of if that state contract with Axon included drones, because what I heard is that it sounded like we added this to the contract, and that's why I was asking, does that require a new procurement, and particularly at the amount? And so, it goes on consent, I don't know if we'll have the information, but that's sort of what I wanted to know also. So I don't know if you wanted to take the time to find that information out or not.
Yes, I think the ask from Shropshire as well was to take it off of consent, likely leave it on the agenda for Monday, allow us to get with the state to figure out if drones was ever included, so that we could know that whether he got a procurement issue. So I think the mayor is saying we could do it either way, take it off if I come back and say we got an issue, or leave it on just in case I say we don't. I think it's up to you guys on the best approach. I would recommend agenda, not consent.
So we have several councilors that have chimed in. And the procurement staff person who just walked up.
Mine wasn't about that. I want to talk about those robots.
Mr. Darman?
No, I was just going to add, Attorney Wiggins pretty much touched on it, but I was just going to say that any of the companies that are associated with state contracts, they're not adding any additional things that the state did not already approve. So it'll take less than 15 minutes for me to contact them tomorrow, get their information back to you guys as soon
So
as
you're
possible.
saying if the vendor is on a state contract list and is offering something, the state has approved what they've offered?
1,000,000,000% correct. So, but once again, I'll double down for you tomorrow. It's not a problem.
So 1,000,000,000% sounds like a lot of
That's a
council member, with the 1,000,000,000% from the contracts and procurement, I would say consent agenda and pull it if it's different, but they can't provide or offer services that the state hasn't approved.
Correct.
Councilmember Martin Rogers, Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Butler, and Councilmember Atkins. Go ahead.
My question was going back to the deep fake and illegal robocalls. What I wanted to know was, Madam City Attorney, if you have any information on what other municipalities were doing about that, or any state guided laws for what municipalities might be doing for that. And also you too, Chief, I just wanted to know, because I remember you saying at my last community meeting that AI was moving very fast paced. So has there anything been put out there? That was my question.
So I do know they're looking at this and trying to work on laws because, so just kind of give you a quick example. With the technology available at AI, you can actually have a Zoom call. And I can have a Zoom call with everybody on here. The problem is none of y'all will be real, but nobody would know that. So that's how sophisticated the technology is right now. So they haven't yet, but they're working on something, but not as of yet.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So my question, because I'm sorry.
I think the city attorney mentioned that the state identity theft or FCC at the federal level might preempt this, but Madam City Attorney, did you have anything additional to add or restate?
I would need to do some research for other cities to see what they're doing. I do see that there was a Senate Bill 73, that talked about robocalls or what they call spam calls or telemarketing calls. And so I can look into that and just see what else is out there.
Okay, anything else on that? Councilmember Cummings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So back to the whole thing about the drones and all that, because I'm totally confused on what it is that we're trying to. So the contract that we currently have with Axon, I know we're adding the drones. The contract that we currently have with Axon, they are the ones that will be providing the service for the drones that we have now. The thing is, if we just go on now, as opposed to waiting until 2027 to renew the contract, we go and we start over and we have a new contract now. It saves $125,000 a year.
Correct.
With that being said, it's going to be a 5-year deal. They're giving us a deal pretty much on what it is that we have for each year. But we're not necessarily locked into that we have to have it for 5 years, but they quoted the price as if we were going to have it for 5 years.
Correct.
Now, okay, so with, you went with, there are about 3 companies that do the first responder drones.
Yes.
You pretty much vetted all of those, you looked at the prices. Axon is still going to give us best bang for our buck at the end of the day, correct? 6
Correct.
drones as opposed to what everybody else will give it for
And
one.
just real quick, let me explain you why they're giving us, we get more, but the biggest deal is because of the size of the company, they can bundle more. So that's how they really are giving us the biggest deal, because we're saving over here as well.
Okay.
Just kind of want to clarify that.
I'm good with all of that. So the thing is this, I know we want to make sure that we don't have any procurement issues. So, but for all practical purposes, we have gone through the process and looked at 3 different vendors that actually do the drones, correct?
Yes, I went with Paladin. We looked at them for a good while, vetted them about for 3 months. Fusus was the closest competitor, and the reason Axon won out is just because of we can get more for less. They had a very good product. We vetted them for a very long time. But when we came down to the final decision, had to do it the bottom line dollar.
Okay, and I'm still tracking. So the
Okay.
next thing would be this. So the thing to do is, I know you were saying, I think Councilmember Atkins was saying, would it be considered like an add-on because we're doing the drone? What did you say that's a change order? Or is it best to just redo the contract and add the drone in there and that's pretty much what we're going to do, right?
That's what they're doing. The current contract expires 2027.
27, but we're gonna
So they're
start-
gonna terminate that one, redo a whole new contract with all of it in it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear, because I mean, we had a lot, and I was trying to figure, okay, so that is what we're doing. Thank you. Okay, I yield.
My question would be, wouldn't this be like when you have Microsoft Windows or you have Adobe and they offer a suite of services, and if we have contracted them to provide us those suite of services, wouldn't this be similar to Axion providing us a suite of services?
Correct.
So, I mean, even if the state has not purchased drones from them, they have purchased Adobe, and then you have all this software that comes with them because of their procurement process, that they've gone through that. And so maybe this will apply the same way.
I was thinking that.
Yeah.
But the procurement director said 1,000,000,000%. That's correct.
So I'm offering an alternative to that in the fact that this company has gone through the procurement process with the state and has been vetted, and we're purchasing a suite of services and not just individual services. And because we're, like, for example, if you purchase Microsoft and then you get the email, you get the Excel spreadsheets, the Windows and things like that, It's a suite of services but the company is Microsoft that offering that alternative.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, I don't know if I'm still clear, because I think if we're adding the services and they weren't originally included, it sounds like it's not the same contract that was bidded before, and so now we're just talking about a whole new contract, and I see you shaking your head, Madam Attorney. So that's the part that I'm unsure about, because it sounds like we're adding something, and there are other, I think, according to what you said, Chief, there are some other companies that make the drones, so how do we know we wouldn't have gotten a better suite package? They're also a part of the state contract if we don't procure it.
So, if I may I answer that question? Because I'm glad you asked that question. How you doing? Okay, so what I did was, when we vetted those 3 companies, we asked for prices for over 5 years. What would the cost be? What's the runtime for the drones? How do you operate? All these factors. So based on the cost analysis, we just looked at the drones by themselves. What's the best deal each company can give us? Based on what we saw, they was very competitive with each other, but some had better products than others. After we presented those and we looked what Axon was giving us, in some instances, we got a couple drones for free, basically, because they bundled everything, and that's how we chose. So when you ask about the better price, if it was just the drones by themselves, they beat them, but it's the other products that they gave us a greater discount on. So the drones were very competitive, but when you look at the whole package as a whole, it saved us a lot of money a year.
So did the other companies also bundle?
No, because they don't make body
Did we give
cameras.
them an option to bundle, so then it wouldn't be?
Right,
Okay, so they don't make the other things.
That's correct. They don't make the other product. So there's only 2 companies that make body cameras, and that's Axon and Utility for law enforcement. We left Utility about 3 years ago because of service issues.
Okay.
So pretty much right now, the only tasers are Axon, body cameras are Axon, and that's what we currently use.
Okay.
And if I may add to Councilman Atkins, the ideology that you may have of solicitation in-house here versus state contract. State contract may have an Axon and list all the things that they provide. So you can come and grab that state contract and select those items off of it. Versus over here in the city, we would have to do that. Okay, you didn't have this, so I got to put it back out, or I have to do some type of amendment just to get you to include it on that. Whereas a state contract with its furniture, cell phones, whatever it is, especially electronics in this case, they list all the different items that they have, and you can actually choose it from that standpoint.
Okay.
Hopefully that gives some better clarity.
Okay. Yes.
So consent and pull if drones is not listed, but drones would not be able to be a part of the contract under state contract if it wasn't approved by the state. But they're gonna check. And we can once we get the email, like I'll make sure if it needs to go on the agenda, we put it on the agenda. If it stays on consent, the response is gonna tell us. Because initially everybody agreed to consent. There's the question of whether or not drones was listed as a service. If it was, and then this is a new contract, it's not a change order, it's not changing the contract, we're terminating the contract that ends on 2027 to do a whole new contract with this suite of services. And if drones is included on the straight contract as a suite of services, then Attorney Wiggins?
So I would ask for the agenda item then to read a motion to terminate the current contract to then enter into this one. So based on what we hear tomorrow, we're going to be ending the current. So the motion just needs to include, or the agenda item needs to include a termination. You want to do it separately?
Yeah.
Okay.
You gotta terminate one before you do another one.
And also, Madam Mayor, in the current contract, I think it speaks to that in reference to this other contract we're in. I believe it does. I don't want to, I'm not 1,000,000,000%, but I'm.
If the one contract speaks to the termination of the other, we can just approve this, right? I didn't see that. No, I'm saying, the chief says he thinks that it says, I don't know, she has that contract.
Okay.
Okay. It sounds like if everything is worked out, it can go on consent. If not, it goes on the agenda. How about that? Okay. So, agenda/consent. I think that's it for you, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Next up, item number 6, 21 and 22. Tri-Cities High School Championship signage. 21 is the Conley Nature Park Trail, and 22 is the charging station at City Parks.
What number's 21?
21 is the Conley Nature Trail. Tri-Cities High School signage, have we gotten the final from the school, or y'all still trying to meet with them? If y'all still trying to meet with them, that's fine. I know school just started, so that might be
Good evening, Mayor and
challenging.
Council. Yes, ma'am, we've spoke to Dr. Williams-Gorham, and Coach has looked at the signs, made some just minor adjustments, and they're good to go. The signs should be done this week, be based on Mayor and Council, how we want to do the presentation of the signs. When we want to have the installation of the sign, Dr. Williams-Gordon just said that when that process is ready to go, we contact them because they would like to do some type of dedication themselves.
Okay, how much are the signs?
1,440, we got 4 signs.
Oh, that's not.
Yes, ma'am.
Question on the sign, huh? Councilmember Ackles, are you still in from earlier? Councilmember Cummings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Do you all have do we have an image of what the signs look like, or?
I don't have it today. If
Okay,
we
that's cool.
presented it before, yeah.
Yeah, did you change it from what you last shared us?
We haven't changed it from one to seal.
Could you just email it to the clerk?
Yes, ma'am, I can
So
get
she
it
can
to
get
you.
it to all of us?
I can get it. I got my laptop with me. I'll get it to you as soon as I go back to my desk. I mean, go back to the chair.
Okay,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
they select locations where the 4 signs are going to go?
The locations, one of them will be coming in off of Cleveland Avenue from Atlanta. The other one will be coming in on Main Street, both Main Street entrances, and then we're going to put one coming in from the west side coming from into East Point.
What about
on
by the
Camp Creek.
school?
We have, we didn't decide by the school. We just wanted to put them where people can see them coming in. But we can also order some more signs if we need to.
Did the school decide participate in location?
No, ma'am.
So we probably want to have them participate in.
I actually gave them the ideas and they were good with that.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
They don't want anybody at school?
They didn't say anything about it by the school, but I'll talk about it with them again. But they didn't say anything about the school when I gave them the locations.
Okay. Councilmember Mitchell and Councilmember Martin.
No, I just have, do you guys know the dimensions on the, off the top of your head of the signs? Or is it like, so you're gonna email it?
I was just going to pull them up before I
Okay, no
walked up
worries.
here and he's going to ask that question.
Yeah, is it the ones that are hanging?
Well,
or is
it'll be a sign that we're going to put on two poles. The sign's going to be, I think, 24 by 36 or something like that. It'll be a sign where we'll have two poles that they go on and we'll sit in them. Yeah,
I'm
they're large
familiar.
signs.
All right, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your presentation. I also echo the sentiments that I think one sign does need to go near Tri-Cities High School. I mean, yeah, one sign does need to go near Tri-Cities High School. And where else on the west side? You mentioned the west side of East Point, where?
Coming in on Camp Creek into the city.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You'll email us and I think just confirm with the school around location. I mean, the rec center is over there, like it's sports related, but 21 Conley Nature Trail. Thank you.
I guess the other thing would be to, with the city manager's office, to coordinate a date if we want to do some type of ceremony or something like that.
Yeah, we can work with the school on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Just tell them to give us some dates that work for them.
Yes, ma'am.
Them and the kids and the whatever. Coordinate.
Yeah, I got another appointment to talk to her about something else. We can discuss
Okay.
that. Yes, ma'am.
21 Conley Nature Trail.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're finishing up Phase 2
of the Conley Nature Trail. We have almost 2 miles of soft surface trails that we built back in 2022 as an extension of Phase 1. We built those trails off of the LWCF grant back in '22. We actually got the additional funding to continue that project, to add another half a mile of trails coming out of the woods, meeting into the front part of the East Point Model Mile.
Sorry, I just wanted more details, so no specific questions. Thank you.
All right, 22.
All right, this is one that I'm actually very excited about. I came before you all probably about a year ago with our potential park updates and trying to move our parks a little bit more forward. Ironically enough, I'm attending a National Parks Conference on next week where I first got a lot of the ideas. Those are the good things about our national park conferences. But on the West Coast, they're adding a lot of charging stations with everybody going green. Electric cars are becoming more popular. So in this capital budget, I actually asked for funds to put and install charging stations at our most frequently used parks. We'll be adding them at John D. Milner. As many of you all know, we have a ton of people that come down there. Jefferson Rec, Sumner, Brookdale, and Sykes Park. So we're looking at putting charging stations in those areas.
But this is only for 6, right?
Correct.
So you gonna put 1 at each location or something?
Well, we're going to start adding, so we're going to do 2 at John D. Milner, our most frequently used space, and we'll be adding some on as we kind of move forward. But the first installation will be in those parks. So like, for example, Sumner Park only has 1 small parking space. It might be maybe 7 total parking spaces.
Okay.
It's a big property, but it's actually not a lot of parking over there. So we're kind of being strategic with it. Eventually, we'll add some more at Sykes Park. We're probably like a couple weeks away from opening the lower part of Sykes Park, and it is some parking down there in the bottom of their property. But right now, we're going in more of the exposed areas where people use.
So would that be 1 at Sykes, 1 at Brookdale, and 1 at Jefferson, right?
Yep, and 2.
At John D. Milner?
Correct. The upper and the lower parking lot. Yeah, 1 at Sumner. Yeah.
Okay. Any objection to consent? All right. Thank you. You're
All right.
done. East Point Power pole inspection, $1.5 million. Item number 27.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. This item, the 1.5 million really is over 3 to 4 years, really. So this is, we haven't, since I've been here, we haven't done one. This is inspecting all our poles, all our transformers, the switch gears, everything. So basically, I know there's poles out there that we haven't went to as yet, or even, noticed that they're bad or whatever the case may be. So from this, over the next 3 years, they'll start to look at the poles, do sound borings, check all the poles, all the transformers, everything on our grid to see if, what's bad, what needs to be changed out. So some of this is just trying to be a little proactive.
Is it per year? How many years?
Well, it's a not to exceed, so it's dependent on how much poles they check in that year, or how much assets they check within that year. So it's really, as far as we let them go. So right now we have it to do by circuit. So I can't tell you exactly how much.
Over how many years?
Over 3 to 4 years.
So is it 3 years or 4 years? What's the contract?
I want to say it's really 5 years, but we don't plan to take it out for so long because at that point we'll be, kind of going round in circles really and truly.
No, I understand that, but for $1.5 million, we need a time period. So is it over, we just did
I think
over a
it's-
5-year period on the
It's not
$4 million.
uploaded. I think it's up, I can get it to you.
So we just need to put that in the agenda title. Does this include installation? Like what if a pole is bad?
No. So if the pole
It's just inspection?
Correct. If the pole is bad, then they give us that report and we need to change out that pole.
And you have funding to replace the pole?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? So we need the over whatever time period. Attorney Wiggins.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm not sure I've seen this contract, and if it is for a multi-year period, then just like the last one, it would need to have the amount separated out per year and language therein that provides we can get out of it with notice. So I'll work with Mr. Dow to ensure that what you see on Monday reflects
Gotcha.
Mr. Jones, did you have something?
Sorry, I covered it.
Okay, no worries. So agenda, Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, so this isn't necessarily specifically to this case, but to what Attorney Wiggins just said. Attorney Wiggins, you just stated that you have not seen this contract, so is there not, Mr. City Manager, a protocol that all contracts would go to legal?
They do. They just may not get to me prior to the voting meeting, right? So I may see it this week.
Okay.
So, what's the name of it?
So, one little tip, this is, and not that, I'm trying to make an excuse that she shouldn't see it or whatever, but this is through ECG, the Electrical Cities of Georgia. So
That deals with the solicitation issue, but not the contract issue.
Hmm?
That deals with the solicitation issue that we don't have to solicit, like we could piggyback off of ECG, but legal would still need to look at the contract.
Got you. Yeah, so they just sent us the entire package. So I'll make sure that she gets it.
This on the, I guess the agenda, legal hasn't looked at it. Thank you. I think, Ms. Echeverria is still here. There was only one water and sewer, resources item that went to agenda. Do you want to talk about 30 briefly?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Item number 30 is the is the MOU for GDOT project PI 0017993 for the Welcome Mall Road and Camp Creek improvement, not to exceed $22,000 for the relocation of water and sewer infrastructure. The Georgia Department of Transportation is realigning Welcome Mall Road with Camp Creek to improve traffic flow and safety. So for water, sewer, power, gas, and telecommunications that GDOT allows utility owners by permit, not ownership, to have access to their roads. In the event that GDOT makes any improvements in the city of East Point, it's the owner's responsibility to relocate those utilities. So our water, our sewer line, a valve, and a hydrant needs to be relocated because it's conflicting with the design of the project. So just so you know, it is a time sensitive. How GDOT works is the project has already been out for bid. I think it's close to like $7 million. In the event that we can't get this approved by next council meeting, not only will the city of East Point be responsible for the $22,000, but any additional cost Far as time, we'll be responsible for that as well with the contractor that GDOT has selected for the project.
Any questions or objection to this going on consent? Mark, right?
Is this aligned with the other project that we've been talking about with MARTA at the end of Welcome All Road going on to Camp Creek? Is this with that project?
I believe this is one of the listed projects with the Transportation Department.
Yes.
And so usually transportation is handled with Public Works. Me as Water and Sewer, I deal with all of the infrastructure underneath the road.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, it's on consent. Thank you. Item number 20, I think, has community development as a part of the city attorney's discussion.
Yes. You ready for
Item number 20, ordinance amend Part 4, Administration, Chapter 6, Domestic Partnership, to repeal Chapter 6 in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am. So the Community Development Department came to me because they had gotten a request from a citizen with regard to what the ordinance currently says at Section 4-6002, that the city provides domestic partnership affidavits, and they can be used for same-sex partnerships to be able to show for like inheritance or to put someone on your utility bill. It's really was to recognize that your partner, albeit of the same sex, would be able to act on your behalf or inherit from you like a spouse would. So after talking with the Community Development Department, and I read the request from the citizen, and then we looked at the ordinance, I made the determination that the ordinance likely was unconstitutional because we should not be treating the same-sex partnerships any different from heterosexual partnerships because of the 2015 allowance for under Title VII of the United States Constitution for same-sex marriages to be recognized in this country. Other cities have similar domestic partnership affidavits, but they do not distinguish same-sex from heterosexual partnerships, which we did. And so I think that's unconstitutional, and we should repeal that, or at the very least, take out the section that discriminates against same-sex partnerships.
Okay, this isn't zoning.
It's not zoning, it's in
So
the
how did
code.
it get the community development?
Because they're the ones that got the request from the citizen. I'm not sure how that happened, but they just took up the manner, and came and talked to me about it.
Okay.
There's a section in the code that requires a business license person to actually issue the domestic partnership certificate.
Oh, so you have to implement
Yes.
the administrative side of it.
Yes.
Got you. It's an ordinance, so it has to go to the agenda. Any council member, Ziegler?
So, Madam City Attorney, what you're recommending is that we have language that includes same-sex partners and heterosexual
We
partners.
don't need to distinguish at all. Just unmarried individuals, right? But my recommendation was just repeal it, unless you guys want to continue with providing these domestic partnership affidavits. But the ordinance that's before you is to repeal it and just make that section reserved. So I'm happy, obviously, to amend it to take out the reference to same-sex partnerships, if that's the will of this council. But what was proposed is just to repeal the whole thing.
I suppose I don't understand repealing the entire thing when we can really just amend it to allow same-sex and, you know, whatever, I can't think. So, because, I mean, the whole reason why we have this in our ordinance is to protect people who are not married or maybe could not get married, but are still in a domestic partnership. So, I mean, you know, this is, I don't feel like it's right to repeal the entire thing. We just need to add in the additional language. Because, I mean, the whole reason why we have this in our ordinance is to protect people and give people equal rights. Because, you know, otherwise there would be no law that would protect people in domestic partnerships, correct?
No, that's not correct. I think
So-
that you won't be adding information. I don't think you would be adding information, you would be taking information out, right? So there wouldn't be any discrimination there. Secondly, the ordinance, and I don't know if we can pull it up so you can see what it says.
So then where is the language that protects people in domestic partnerships that's outside of this?
That's in your Constitution, your United States Constitution, right? Well, you're saying for domestic partnerships. It doesn't, but yours doesn't either, right? So that's why I want you to see what it actually says, so you can see what your ordinance provided. So for example, Athens Clarke County has it, but it's only to allow for a partnership to be on the benefits for if the employee was in a partnership and the other partner wants to be on the benefits, it's for that. Ours doesn't have that. So while I recommended repeal, obviously I just recommend, so you guys need to say, do you want to narrow this? No, you got to pull up the ordinance from Unicode if you could. Do you guys want to narrow this so that it won't do what you're saying? So it won't be restrictive, so it won't be discriminatory. Because ours doesn't read like the other cities that have it in a number of ways. And so you'll see here in a second, I think it's 4-6. So there's a chapter, and the only portion we need to look at is really all of it. So if you see here under A, you see it?
Domestic partnership shall mean two adults who live together in a mutual interdependence of a single home.
That 6 is the issue.
Okay.
All right. And then, wait, I'm trying to get to the other section. I'm reading it on my. So you don't have in here what it can be used for the protection that you're alluding to. So they could, anyone, not, we're not talking about any particular group of people, anyone can apply to the courts for some designation. But we don't narrow it for like employee benefits or for utility bills or anything else that the city regulates. It's just an affidavit or a form rather that we would give that can be used for anything. I just don't know if the city has authority to do that unless it was for something we had control over, like utility bills, like benefits, or like if someone has a pension here because they were an employee, we could recognize that they would inherit from that, which you're right, wouldn't be a repeal, it would be some type of amendment to add that language but take out the same gender part. because that's the part that I found was unconstitutional. So with some direction, we can change this to whatever the majority of the council would like to see.
Okay. I mean, I think that we shouldn't get rid of it entirely. That doesn't make sense to me.
I just need some direction. If it's not that,
I mean,
then what?
I think that, domestic partnerships can also be of heterosexual couples, if that's, yeah.
Yes.
And so, I mean.
Absolutely.
Right, but we still need to have this ordinance in here to protect people, especially when we can see what's going on at the federal level, and protections and rights and stuff are probably going to go away.
I would just add that I also think you need to narrowly tailor it to what the city can regulate. That's the only other piece I would add to your statement.
Or is it really regulate or allow someone to be a part of? So, an employee that is working here and they are in a domestic partnership, would their partner be able to be on their benefits?
Right.
Right? And so you're saying that the city would not be able to allow them to be on their insurance? Is that what you're saying?
City insurance?
So are you saying that, so what I heard was that the city may not be able to regulate, different situations where domestic partnerships would come into play. So if we take an example of an employee who works here and their partner needs insurance, right? So then wouldn't the city be able to determine if they would be able to be on their insurance or not, or if they would be a beneficiary onto their pension?
I think that if the city has that type of policy, then certainly they could. Certainly they could, right? They could use this form to do just that.
Okay.
But I'm saying, like, taking this form and going to, say, the Ford dealership and saying, like something outside of the city's purview, narrowly tailored it to what the city controls, like insurance, like benefits, like utility
Or a business
bills.
license.
Or business license, exactly.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember.
Thank you. I think, so if you repeal it, then they can do what they need to do, like apply for the license. So apply for a license or a permit. I think I'm missing something. So what is it that they're trying to do?
This ordinance is to allow for same-sex people to have the same rights as married people.
Okay.
However, when the law changed in 2015 to allow for same-sex marriage, it ultimately made this ordinance obsolete.
So if you repeal it, then they would have the same rights as a married couple?
Correct. Well,
It wouldn't be, this is not about married versus, this is not about giving, let me put it this way. So married people don't have to worry about this. This is about partnerships. So unmarried folks. But we have an ordinance that only says that you've got to do this if you're same-sex partners, which we shouldn't do that.
Okay, so we want to take this out and make it equal across the board, is what I'm...
No, I think what Councilwoman Ziegler was saying is that continue to allow this form, right?
But just amend the language.
But take out the same gender language.
Okay.
Yes.
So what would,
And, I don't know if she agrees with me, and like we've seen in other cities, Atlanta has it too, to narrowly, that's my recommendation, to narrowly tailor it to city stuff.
That's what I was gonna say. If we could just narrow it to what other cities, like Atlanta, has in their ordinance. And if I do know when this was brought to the city before 2015, many years ago, I do believe that your partner can be on your insurance, because that was did way back, and it was by another council member who put that ordinance in place. So that should already be in place. So I would say just do what other cities are doing, in removing that piece out of it.
Yeah, if I could just add, our concern, because our department would be reviewing these, just as we would look at a sign permit or a short-term rental application, we look at the criteria that are required, and some of the criteria that we would have to verify is unverifiable based on what we would look at. For example, number 7, we would have to verify whether they're competent to enter into a contract. How would we do that? How would that be determined? Number 9, how will we determine if they are each other's sole domestic partner? So there are a couple of the items that we would have to verify in order to issue the certificate. That was a little concerning because we really didn't see how we would make determinations in order to actually issue the certificate. So those were our concerns. So if it will be the Board of Council to keep it in some shape or form, I would recommend that we look at the criterias and some of the other types of domestic partnership ordinances around Metro Atlanta to see, what we'll be able to do.
The only thing I would add to that is that that's something they would have to attest to, so you wouldn't have to verify it. It would be like an affidavit where they would attest that they meet all those things. And the enforcement piece, really doesn't apply to the city. It references the Superior Court of the county, Fulton County Superior Court.
Councilman Martin Rogers.
Yes, and my question too is, we probably should narrow it, keeping it in line with what other cities are doing, but also what about Fulton County? Madam City Attorney.
Like, what do you mean, what about them?
Do they have something or a code of ordinances that kind of mirrors this?
I didn't see it in Fulton. I did see it in the city of Atlanta, and I saw it in Athens, Clark.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You said you saw it in Atlanta and Athens, Clark? So this enforcement provision says you go to the state court or superior court provided that they allow it. Like, do they allow it? Like, I mean,
I don't
it's
know.
very... Why would they have to go to court to enforce?
Right, so that's what I was saying, is that the enforcement piece is something that's questionable because it doesn't give city the opportunity to enforce its own ordinance, but to take it out to another jurisdiction. And so I'm assuming we would have to, or I would have to look up some family law provisions to see what that even looks like, because I'm not familiar with what the court would do to enforce the city ordinance.
Right, like why wouldn't it be able to be enforced in municipal court? Or, I mean, it's civil, like, I don't, so if not repealing, it sounds like we need to put this on the October work session to look at Atlanta, Athens. Enforcement shouldn't be so speculative. Like, we should know whether or not they can go to state court for, like, where people go to enforce it, or if we can enforce our own ordinances. If it's narrowly tailored to benefits or the things that insurance, like things we can, that are within the city's authority, like, we could enforce that.
And,
I mean, the assumption is if you file the affidavit, it's gonna be acknowledged and those things would be connected to it.
And I can bring back the other cities in a draft that references Councilwoman Ziegler's point about keeping it to allow for all partnerships, right, to be able to have the benefits of married people when it comes to insurance and all that other stuff. I can bring that back.
No. And does it indicate, oh, have lived together for 12 months? Okay. So, Councilmember Ziegler?
Yes, and so, just so I'm clear, the reason why we're here tonight, it sounds like, is that there's someone in a domestic partnership that is heterosexual, that is not able to get a business license because of our current ordinance. Okay, so are they not able to do something because of our current ordinance? Or they're just here to say this is wrong?
Their request was to get a domestic partnership certificate.
Do you know why?
It was
Okay.
not tied to a business license.
So they're trying to get that here at the city?
Yes.
Okay.
Did they tell you why? I'm sorry, you may have had that question. Did they say why they needed it?
No.
Hence the point of narrowly tailoring it, because they could take this anywhere and try to use it. And I don't know what, maybe we don't care. I don't know. I just don't know if there are unintended consequences from the city's stamp or whatever, that this is that. This is indeed a domestic partnership.
Okay. I guess, why would we narrow it? Wouldn't we be more inclusive?
Oh, when I said narrow it, I mean it to stuff the city regulates. And I know, like, to city benefits, city insurance, city utilities. That's what I meant by narrowing it.
Okay, but include everybody in it?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think we definitely need to narrow it and say what the affidavit is for, because if someone tried to take this somewhere else, like, this is not like a same-sex marriage license or a marriage license, right? Like, we don't want to create a assumption that this can be used outside of the city for the things that it is created for, because I don't know that there's recognition of domestic partnerships, regardless of who is in the partnership in that way. And maybe the person wanted to get one, then thinking maybe it would give some type of relationship status that may be enforceable other places under the full faith and credit clause, like a marriage license is. So, October. Okay. Thank you. And I think that takes us now to the only other staff item is 31. That went to consent. 31 went to consent, and 30 just went to consent. So it's facade grants update, and I think the rest would be us. Mr. Jones, facade grant update. grant update?
Sorry, Mayor, yep, we'll.
I see the staff still sitting in the audience.
Yep, they
so
are. They're probably
I
waiting
think
for me
I
to
said
introduce them. So
society.
I'll have the Economic Development Team as well as Ms. Cheney from the City Manager's Office come up and walk us through this item.
Good evening. Thank you, City Manager Jones, and good evening, Mayor Council. Maceo Rogers, Economic Development, Aaron Rogers, Economic Development, and of course, Jasmine Cheney with the City Manager's Office. Of course, we were here last week to provide you an update of the facade grant program. Over the weekend, I sent you some information regarding some specific requests that were made, along with some additional information that we provided. Namely, you wanted to see the final scores for the revised, I guess, final scores for the awardees of the grant. And of course, you wanted to see the entire submission list of the applications that we received. And of course, I presented also in that information a timeline of the economic development presentations that began last year. And then of course, other things just involve the grant application, grant checklist, grant flyer, yard signs, frequently asked questions, and I won't go through all of these, but you have it in the email. So we are here to entertain any questions that you have as a result of this information and the information that we shared with you on last week.
So you're referring to the information you sent on the Saturday, today's Monday?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's like 10 documents attached to this. So there were specific questions asked. Do you have answers to those? There was a business miscategorized from A to B, which is going to cause more money in one ward, less than another ward. There was a question around how did someone who didn't even submit an application get considered over 80-something people who did. Like, you sent a lot on Saturday. Today's Monday.
So your question there,
Categorized from one ward and moved to the other, which requires more money being spent in one ward or somebody being knocked out of that ward and money being available in another ward.
That's correct. So we did go back and we correct that oversight. Some of these businesses are located, like basically on the line between one ward and another. And of course, it was an oversight that was made, but we provided the updated, corrected information last on Saturday. We had to make sure that we went back and revised that. And of course, we did that, and that is reflected in the information that you received.
Maybe everybody else looked at the 12 documents you sent and don't have questions. I'm being sent applications or contracts that haven't been approved by council when we had 86 people to apply. This says only 80 and above scores. I'm trying to find the one that shows the scores for all 86 applicants.
Yes, ma'am.
No, that's the one that says final scores, only 80 above scores. Then it says facade grant list, maybe it's this one.
Yes, ma'am. So we included the one, Mayor, that consists of all of the grant submissions. It's simply titled facade grant submission list, and that includes all of the ones that we received.
It shows the total score. It doesn't show the score per category, right?
Yes, it's the average score overall. And I
My
mean,
request was-
we can certainly get you those scores, but we provided the number that we have with their average scores. I wasn't,
The number's not helpful without showing me how they scored in each category. I
Okay.
think my request was for the evaluation.
okay, so you want each score in each area?
I'm one person. I'm not signing these contracts until council takes action. There seems to be, I have concerns with this, but if I'm only one person and 5 people don't and they vote, so be it, but I'm not signing contracts till they take action. Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Rogers, so from last week, the questions that were from this body, I know that you sent the documents, but do you want to present the responses to those questions? I mean, I asked questions about, I believe that you had stated that there were a number of applicants that had applied for a certain amount of dollars, and the award was less than or far less than that, and then they were concerned about whether they were going to be able to do the project. I had questions around what is that universe, like what are those numbers? So I assume that maybe you would come back and answer those questions, but if you would just like for us to go back and read, you can tell me your question is answered in attachment number 3, and I can do that. I don't know, but I thought this was your opportunity to provide those answers.
Yes, sir. Well, Jasmine, I think, wants to.
Madam Mayor and City Council, so to answer your question, Madam Mayor, regarding the scoring and receiving scores for each of those categories, when the evaluation committee presented their scores, they presented the total average score. So on that spreadsheet, we only have the total average score. Everybody did complete the actual evaluation criteria form, but when we determined the scoring, we only considered the total average score for each criteria form that was submitted. But we can produce those records for you. It would be from each individual evaluator, which we had a committee of 10 evaluators. So you would have to get scoring, which it depends on how you want it. If you just want a total average score per category, or if you want to see the scores for every evaluator, we can give you either. But we only considered the total average score.
So the reason I'm looking for scores is one of the potential awardees is a new business, has been in business for probably 5 years or less, and has a facade. How do they end up with $33,000 to replace a facade that was approved and signage that was approved when they opened just a few years ago? So I'm looking to see how people were scored, like how did you make the determinations as to how much money would be awarded? And there were only about 2 in Ward C and 2 in Ward D, plus the extra, maybe like 4 or 5 businesses that got over even the $20,000 or $25,000. You're talking about a $57,000 award. And we have nothing but a number. So, I'm sorry, Councilmember Atkins, she mentioned my name, which is why I responded, but go ahead, you still have.
I just really, so my question, the impetus is, and I asked this last week, we had a very limited amount of money. And I did ask the question, Mr. Rogers gave an assurance that we would see impact. With such a limited amount of money going across the entire city, and many of these businesses, that's why I wanted to know the number, they're saying that, well, I was expecting a large amount to be able to do this project so that you could see some real change in the facade. If they're not able to get those dollars, are we really going to see a drastic improvement of a conglomerate or enough businesses to see how those dollars were used and that it really made an impact? And so that was really the impetus for the question. Some of them are saying that these funds are so little, I can't do my project. I wanted to know that information. And I was expecting that you would come back with the information to share with us?
We have the information, so I was coming to you next, so I can actually give you the numbers for downtown and all 4 wards. So for downtown, no one received their full amount that was requested.
And how many applicants were those, Ms.
For downtown, we have 12 awardees, and we received 33 applications. So the goal with not allocating the full requested amount, if we would have done that, some people requested the maximum amount, in order to kind of spread the funds and create a bigger visual impact by having more than 2 or 3 businesses per ward receive funding. Downtown had the biggest allowed funding with $180,000, but all of the other wards only had $105,000, which that doesn't go far. So in order to create more impact and allow for more people to share in that pot, it made more sense to spread it out that way and use the scoring that we provided you all.
So with the 33 applicants for downtown,
Mhm.
12 were awarded.
12 were
A total
awarded.
amount of dollars, $180,000.
Yes.
So that's an average of $15,000 per business.
Yes. So the actual breakdown is we had 4 awardees received $25,000, 4 received $20,000, and 4 received $15,000.
Okay.
And then for Ward A,
And
we-
with that, Ms. Cheney, let me
Yes.
just ask this question. So with that, do you know the nature of the projects? Because, so with the $15,000 award,
Mm-hmm.
they would have to bring in 75%?
So with the award amount, they would have to match 25%, and then the city would reimburse 75,000.
Okay.
Or 75%, I'm
So
sorry.
they're only adding, they're doing the 25%?
Yes, they're
of
just
this.
doing the 25%. And also to answer another one of your questions, we have had some businesses come forward to say, we didn't receive the full requested amount. Are we still expected to complete all of the improvements in our proposal? And our response to that has always been that you're only expected to complete your awarded project amount. So if you're awarded $25,000 as your project amount, that's all we expect you to complete from the proposal. It just has to be any of the eligible items proposed. You don't have to complete the full scope of work. You can modify it, but you're approved for a project that's $25,000, a project that's $20,000, and you must match it 25%, and we will reimburse you the 75%. Now, they are able, at their own discretion, to complete all of the work that's in their proposal, but this is just to provide them with some support in getting the award, because something is definitely better than nothing, in my opinion.
Sure, I agree with that.
Mhm.
I get concerned about a small amount of money, and if they're able to pick and choose, they could do something where there's not a real visual impact. And the whole idea is that we were trying to improve and uplift the aesthetics of the businesses. So they could do something that doesn't really give that impact. That's really my question. And
I'm not completely sure that we may have that issue. Out of the candidates that were selected, the proposals were really good, so I feel like even if there is a portion that's done, it should still be impactful. When reviewing the applications, we definitely took quality of proposal into consideration and everything else, well, the evaluation committee did, so I don't think that would be an issue, but Mason?
You know, and one thing throughout this process, Councilman Atkins, we tried to achieve a balance in this process based on the limited amount of funding that we had per ward, and based on the range of scoring that we set in place from the outset. So we were looking at complete applications with respect to the information that we were asking for, and as well as much as that information could be based on its completion and the quality, then, the max score would be 100. Well, we made the assumption that everybody would be at the 100 level. And based on the applications themselves, we started to simply subtract from that based on the criteria. But we tried to achieve, again, the very best balance that we could to maximize as much participation across the board throughout the city based on those applicants that we received.
And I also wanted to speak to that. The projects, as they're awarded, it's only eligible for eligible items, so the things that we listed in there up front. So yes, they may part and piece what they can pull off, but they are still a part of that list that we were looking for, those eligible items, we were trying to look for improvements. And to Jasmine's point, some of these applications were, again, the full amount, 70,000 is what they were asking for. So like for the downtown, which had the largest chunk, we couldn't even fund 3 projects with that because, 70 apiece. So that's where it came into. Again, the scoring was done by approximately 10 evaluators throughout different departments. So it was a widespread look. This was not something, in fact, Maceo didn't even participate in the scoring, to step back. So again, we've got a wide swath of different employees from different departments that looked at that scoring, and then we averaged and got those and broke it down to where, again, we were trying to help out as many businesses, because the projects are really exciting. I mean, if you look at them, it's really exciting to see that the business owners are excited about doing some improvements. A lot of them have not had that momentum in a while, so we wanted to make sure that we got some meaningful grant money to them to do the impacts that we can do for those projects.
Right. My question is completely different. I think the mayor's question is about scoring. My question is about impact. So I don't really have the questions about the scoring piece. And yes, I'm sure the projects were very exciting, just understanding that we had such a limited amount of dollars.
Yep.
And I don't know how we would have been able to address that. And just making sure that there's going to be a visual impact, because that was really the impetus, that was the goal of the facade grant proposal, the facade grant program.
Yeah, and this is our first run at this. This was the first one we've kind of launched. So we've been learning. Obviously, we're learning more as we hear from you guys, so that we can kind of, as we move forward, if council decides to, do another round of this in the future, these are types of feedback that we definitely want to incorporate, because, our end goal is that we award as many people and make it the biggest impact that we can. So we will definitely be taking note of that moving forward if that's something that we want to alter up front before we're kind of at this point.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I think my main concern is partially completed projects, but the other concern is I can understand Clean and Bright in Ward D, but I don't know where we left off where that other Washington Road Plaza is, just kind of left hanging out there. But my other concern is the other business in Ward D that has been awarded, that is on a hill, that I receive constant complaints about as far as the cleanliness of them being up there on that hill. Like, what will be their purpose of a facade grant because they share a driveway with a hotel? Either you go to the right to the hotel or you go to the left to their business. So how on earth would they be using that much money, and for what for? Because I know they're at the corner, they're on a hill, and oftentimes all you see is litter on their hill from that business. So I'm very concerned with that individual business that was awarded that great deal amount of money for the facade grant.
Yes, ma'am. Well, we can certainly run interference with our code enforcement to see what kind of feedback they can share with us based on that. We were, again, the committee were charged with evaluating the applications. And based on that information, that's what they graded the applications on.
And I want to speak to that as well. Ward D was one of those that we didn't have a lot of submissions. I mean, of course, we want to do projects that are not as new as that one is. It's just, we didn't have any other you know what I'm saying? We didn't have other applications to score. So they scored, in an awardee manner because there just weren't enough of them that applied.
Okay, so for the one that is on there that is up the street and not on the hill, is it for that whole plaza? It's not just for the Clean and Bright, is it?
That's correct. It's not just for Clean and Bright, it's for the whole
plaza.
Yeah, shops at Washington Road.
Okay, so where are we with where Sammy's Cheesecake is located?
Yes, ma'am. So Sammy's Cheesecake would be included in that whole process because they are.
It's not where Clean and Bright is up the street from Sammy's Cheesecake.
Are you referring to the corn laundry mat?
Yes.
They're right there, basically next door to each other.
Okay. I'm thinking about the one that's further up near Duke.
I thought you were initially referring to the Ultimate Car Wash because you mentioned 4 Points by Sheridan.
Yeah, that was the first one, but Clean and Bright is in the Sammy Cheesecake Plaza?
It's practically next door.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think, what was the total amount of grant money that we ended up having, that you had total? What was the total amount of grant money that you ended up having?
With respect to
The whole facade grant, how much?
Oh, $600,000.
So it was $600,000, and like you said, it's new, and I won't necessarily say that the process that we went about doing it may not have been the right process, but it was a process. May not have been the best process, but it was a process. I made the suggestion earlier that we didn't go specifically to particular wards because we just didn't know what we'd end up having at the end of the day. So you had the 86 applicants, or was 86, 89 applicants. People put in and they did the submission. I don't know, and like I said, we saw part of like what the scoring system, would be like. I just think at the end of the day, we need to just kind of trust. I want to trust the process in which you guys went about doing it. I mean, I can't say that something was fair, it was or was not fair, and how everything went about, but this was y'all's baby. We kind of, letting y'all, sort of work this process out. I understand the whole thing about the impact, that we want to make sure that we have a presentable impact, but at the end of the day, we're trying to do a whole lot with a little bit of money. So it was really the process of how you're going to spread the wealth, that you can do something that'll be a significant impact. There was a concern about the scoring process that was done in it. And I know, like I said, it's kind of, it's a work in progress. Thank you. It's a work in progress for what it is that you guys are trying to do. And I do appreciate you trying to do it. And I think it's a great thing. Maybe if we continue to do this thing moving forward, maybe concentrate on particular areas. I mean, so this, at the end of the day, we're going to really have to look and see what it is that we're going to end up doing. I mean, are we going to have some phenomenal projects, or are we going to have some people that polish some turds? And that's just kind of what we have now. We really don't know. And I mean, but I do, we understand the concerns and everything you have, but I mean, really, I'm willing to, I'm going to trust the process and, and what it is that you guys have done to do this. I mean, I know you trying to, it was a lot. And like I said, you had 86 different, businesses that wanted a part of this. And like you said, now I think 2 people were awarded $70,000. Yeah, that's kind of, it is what it is, because we had money that was specific for a particular award. So like I said, had we just looked at everybody just put their name in the pot, then you kind of really looked at what the scoring system was, and then how could we best, allocate those funds. I think that may have worked better. Yes. But like I said, I just think, we really just need to kind of trust you guys' process and, for what it is that you've done. I mean, you tried to, keep us in the loop as much as you possibly could. But, so I'll end with this. Thank y'all for what it is that, that we're doing this, this first go around. We're going to learn. Some stuff worked out well and some things won't, but I just think that, we just need to, we're going to trust that you all did the right thing by the business owners here at East Point.
Well, Councilwoman Cummings, I appreciate your feedback. I should say that we three appreciate your feedback because, to your point, this has not been a perfect process, but we've done the very best that we could with what we were given. And I appreciate all of the hard work that the evaluation committee has put forth as well, and the work that we continue to do to hopefully get this, the funding to the businesses that have applied so that they can begin the hard work ahead. And so thank you so very much.
Okay, and one more question. So the whole plaza that the Sammy's Cheesecake is in, they're gonna fix the paint it or whatever it is that they're gonna do?
Yes, ma'am. The whole strip center will be enhanced, which will include Sammy's Cheesecake and the Corn Laundry and the other businesses along that stretch. They've done some work already with respect to lighting. They have outlined what they're going to do with respect to the shopping center, painting, the parking lot, striping, landscaping, and they have a host of other things that they want to do in the near future, but they won't be able to do all of that in this particular phase. But you will see a major enhancement once they're done. They are ready to pull the trigger. They do not want this to be a long, strung-out process by any means. And I'm very excited about what's ahead in terms of what they're going to do, because I know that it's going to be make a true impact visibly in that particular area.
Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. So, going in on lessons learned, I still feel pretty strongly this really should have just been dedicated to one area, because, what it seems like and sounds like is that there's going to be a lot of businesses really rolling back what they had originally planned for. And that sounds really disappointing to me because, I want to see the impact. I want to make sure that all this effort that we're putting into this is actually going to be what it was designed for. Are there, and going back off of some of my colleagues' remarks, do we have any businesses or any other organizations that received money who have severe code enforcement violations?
I'm not sure we do that. Yeah, it's Jasmine. Okay.
So we actually received a submission, and they're actually one of the awardees. They did have some code violations previously. They were identified as one of the city's 50 worst properties. Upon further research, we did discover that they were delinquent on some taxes as well. So we did have one submission that was in that category, but we are working with that awardee to come to good standing.
So at what point do we find in the process that they're delinquent in their taxes?
So once it was identified that it was a 50 worst property, that is when we reached out to the property tax division to determine what their status was regarding payment of taxes, blighted tax.
So somebody who has, is there any way that we can correct that?
We're in discussion with the property owner. We've already communicated to them the amount owed regarding restitution and the blight tax or the property taxes that are delinquent.
And can you tell us where it is?
Well, it's in downtown, Church Street.
Okay. So, oh my goodness. Okay, and so who's on the evaluation committee? Who was it that evaluated these properties?
We had staff from, yes.
So we had staff from, of course, Economic Development, City Manager's Office, Planning and Community Development, Communications. We had Contracts and Procurement, IT, and I think that was it.
So maybe maybe this is out of my league, but why would someone in these other departments make these really big decisions that would impact economic development?
Well, with the staff resources that we had within the department, based on the number of applications and trying to get the work done, we knew that there would be staff from other departments, as it customarily is whenever grant evaluations come through. There's a combination of staff from various departments that evaluate these grants, and so this really trailed along those same patterns in terms of grant evaluation. So there was nothing out of the ordinary in terms of how we went about the process.
Okay, so it sounds like that's going to hopefully change because that process isn't going to work, right? So is there any way, so what are we doing about this property that's on the 50 worst list, that hasn't paid the property taxes? Are we rescinding their award?
So we are working on making sure that they are in compliance. One of the things that the grant application included, and one of the things that we mentioned when this process initially kicked off, is that in order to qualify, you had to be in good standing, meaning you had no outstanding bills or anything like that. And even though this particular business got through somehow with that piece not being checked, I guess, initially, we did check it before the contracts are being sent out to them. And so making the communications that this would have to be corrected is where we are right now with that particular business.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, it's really disappointing to hear that this is what's happened, because it's just not fair for a business that is in good standing, that, I don't know. Okay. And have we gone back to figure out where that gap lies, where that business was awarded that money? Have we drilled down into where that gap actually is?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Councilman.
So have we drilled down how this applicant actually got the money? Like, do we know how this mistake happened?
Well, it was due to the scoring. I mean, we took the information.
But they don't even have a business license if they're on the 50 worst list.
So it was open to vacant properties, which wouldn't have a business license, because again, we were trying to fund either one of those. But yeah, again, we had a lot of eyes on these. There was a lot of applications. This is the first round that we've done. Again, we're very much learning. There were 10 of us that reviewed all these, and so in other words, it wasn't one set of eyes. It was a mistake. It was a mistake that it got through. Again, these are all things that we're bullet pointing on future, that we, just Yes. So, yeah, we're working through all of that, but there were 10 of us that looked at all of these. So these little things that came through yeah, we're human, and it definitely wasn't intentional. Everyone definitely was doing, the very best that we could. So we apologize for that, but
So this was open to vacant properties?
yes, yeah, vacant or with businesses in there to either attract a new business, do a facade improvement to attract a new business into that facade, or help an existing business so that they look better and are more attractive to potential patrons. And that was a part of the original documents that were circulated.
Okay. Do we know how much in back taxes they owe us?
So it's somewhere in between $3,000 and $3,500. There was a quiet title transfer done on that property, and so they have a court affidavit which states that they weren't responsible for taxes after 2021, or they're only responsible for taxes 2021 to date, and so they had an adjustment, and they currently owe between $3,000 and $3,500 in delinquent taxes.
Okay, so we gave a business how much money, and they can't afford $3,500 in taxes?
So they were awarded $20,000. And they haven't disputed the fact that they owe that amount, but they have yet to actually pay the amount. So like I said, we're still in communication with them to be able to determine if they're going to actually satisfy that so that they can actually receive the grant funding.
And that is again, that contract hasn't been sent because that hasn't been satisfied. So if it's the will of the body to rescind that, we don't have anything, you know what I'm saying, that's tying us to that. So if that is your will to rescind that due to that fact, your wish is our will. So just let us know how you want us to deal with those.
Councilmember Atkins.
I don't want to beat a dead horse. My question, Mr. Rogers, as the director of the department, what was your level of involvement in this process?
My level of involvement has been, I've been involved from the very beginning. The only piece that I abstained from, Councilman Atkins, was the evaluation process. I oriented staff, the evaluation committee, addressed all questions, even had an orientation meeting to make sure that the application was understood and that there were no lingering questions or anything like that. And the reason I abstained is because there were many businesses that would call me or meet with me to share some input that could be, not that I would be influenced, but I didn't want to be even seen as possibly tainting the process. So I removed myself from that so that there wouldn't be any of that kind of biasness that someone might come back and say allege that was part of the process. And so by removing myself, I just took that out of the calculation because I designed it from the start. I presented, numerous times to this council. I did all 12 of the community outreach meetings that we conducted. I met with countless people in the building here as well as outside of the building. We had walk-ins, tremendous number of phone conversations with companies, emails directly, emailed to me. And so it was my decision, and I shared this with the staff, and I shared this with the city manager, that I felt it best for me to not be a part of that particular process, but I was there in a advisory role in terms of questions that may have come up based on or due to the process itself.
Okay. So at some point you learn of, by your own admission, you stated that they had to be in good standing in terms of bills being paid, correct?
That's correct.
And do you consider a tax bill to be a bill?
Sure.
Okay, so when you learned that this particular applicant was not in good standing with the bill, was it then your decision as the director of the department to allow the application to continue to go through the process and to ultimately be awarded, selected as an awardee?
No, the minute that we discovered that this entity was not in good standing, we flagged it.
Flagged, what does that mean?
It means that we put a stop.
You flagged it, but they still were selected as an applicant, as an awardee. So what does that mean when you flag it?
It means that once we discovered the mistake, we recall that particular application. And so that's where we are now. We've not sent out a contract to them to be signed or anything like that.
But they're on your list of awardees, is that correct?
That is correct.
Have you sent them a letter stating that they were selected as an awardee?
We sent a letter, but we, at the same time, made sure that they understood you have an outstanding bill. And of course, as long as they are in compliance, they would still be eligible.
But they weren't, because your own grant program rules stated that they had to be in good standing and have no outstanding bills, so they're not in compliance.
Well, and so what we want to do, Councilman, is to make sure that they knew that sometimes businesses, taxpayers will say, well, I forgot, it slipped by, but we...
Mr. Rogers.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rogers, business can say a whole lot of things.
Sure.
In black and white, your very own rules stated that they had to be in good standing with all bills owed to the city, correct?
Correct.
They were not, Mr. Rogers. And so when you learned of that, you flagged it, but that application continued through the process ultimately to award because they have been deemed an awardee, correct?
And so I'm saying that it had continued through the process before we got to that particular point. So when we did realize that there was an outstanding tax due, yes, we stopped it then.
When you stopped it, what do you mean stopped it? Because they received an award letter. So at what point did it get stopped?
After we realized, Councilman, that the...
So then you're saying they're not an awardee? So they're not an awardee, is that what you're saying? Because you said it stopped.
At this point, if they are, based on our information, our grading, they are an awardee. However, if they do not clear...
So this is my trouble.
Okay.
All right. So we run a municipality in large part based on dollars that we receive from taxes. So this bad actor has not paid their fair share of taxes. They're on a list that we deem 50 worst. They're non-compliant with the rules of your own facade grant program, but yet and still, we're still saying that they're going to get an award. Ms. Rogers just gave us an apology. She said, I'm sorry. I don't think the apology is to us. It's for all of the other applicants who've paid their taxes, who read the grant requirements, and who meet all the criteria, who are now saying that they're not going to get an award.
Can I add something, council member? So when we discovered this, it was discussed in the city manager's office. And I think a big reasoning for allowing them to receive the award is because one of the intentions with 50 Worst is to work with the property owners to bring them into compliance, right? Or at least to have property owners revitalize their properties, right? So we definitely didn't want to discourage them from wanting to do work on this property. But
So
as that discussion, there was no indication to stop and rescind the award. It was, I don't know to refer.
Did we share with everybody on the 50 worst properties list? The city manager is in, like, he's asking to speak, like.
I just have a few more. So, okay, I hear that. So in essence, what we're doing is, we're going to give you money, we're going to give you an award, now give it back to us to pay your taxes. That's what we're doing.
I mean, yes, they still have
That's
to
what
come into good standing, but
That's what we're doing. So there's not even a requirement for them to become compliant, because they were out of compliance when they applied, which means that they should have been disqualified.
Right, they should have
So if
been.
we're going to go by the rules, because we have to apply that standard to every single applicant. And so you don't have to pay your taxes, but we're going to give you this award, and then you just give us the money back for your taxes.
I mean, I think
It's a
there-
jagged pill to swallow.
Yes, and I think there's been a difference of opinion as far as being that the award letters were sent out and to continue to honor those, or to rescind based on the fact that when we awarded it, it was under different pretenses, and now that we've discovered that you actually should have never been eligible to apply in the first half, from the start, I mean, that it should be rescinded. But once again, these things have been referred to and discussed internally, and it was not
Because it sounds like to me,
recommended.
I can say, yes, there was a mistake made, you didn't meet the criteria, you're not eligible for this award, but we can work with you on finding other resources to help you get your facade. But this year, you're out of compliance and you didn't meet all of the criteria for this.
I mean, that wasn't the directive that we had.
Yeah, I mean, that
So
was
I'm
what.
gonna go to the city manager, because she just mentioned a directive, and the city manager's light is on.
Thank you. I believe this could characterize the situation a little bit better. While I certainly appreciate and have been somewhat critical myself on some of the process before the award letters went out, it may be framed a little different, where this particular awardee was an investor coming into a 50 worst situation, and at least part of the taxes owed, namely from other jurisdictions, were waived by a judge, and the portion that Ms. Cheney mentioned was the city's portion. And the conversation is, while we appreciate you investing in one of our hard to develop properties, this outstanding amount needs to be addressed. And so the working with is actually working not with the original person or original entity that neglected the property to begin with, but actually an investor trying to turn the property around, and we're trying to work with that property owner to get into compliance before any funds are released. And if that, and I understand there's going to be some kind of time frame, if that doesn't happen within a certain time frame, those dollars would then be released to be reassigned somewhere else.
Thank you, and thank you guys for your presentation. I'm so sorry. I'm just sitting here, and from what I'm gathering, we had 31 awardees, and one person owed, well, how many awardees did we have? I'm sorry.
32.
32. I'm sorry, I took that wrong. So there are 32 awardees. One awardee owed $3,000. And now it sounds like we're about to blow up the whole program over $3,000. No. Excuse me. So I had a difference of opinion. Honestly, I understand paying your taxes. I understand blighted properties or whatever money you may owe the city. However, I think we should start with the eyesores, with the almost blighted properties. I think that will make more of a difference, and we can see more of a visual difference. Because not only do those brings down property values of a neighborhood, the whole decorum of a neighborhood. Imagine if I was a business coming in and I saw a lot and it was actually really run down, opposed to another one that might not need so much work. I think we should concentrate on these rough properties first. And I can see if, $3,000, I can see if it was half the people owe money or taxes. That's understandable. People make mistakes. I can see if it was like half of it. So I don't think we should beat up on y'all too much. It's the first go around. You learn from your mistakes, and guess what? You double check next time, right? We have to move forward instead of, I'm not sure how long we've been talking about this. However, from what I'm saying, it's $3,000. I was actually expecting to be like $100-something thousand. So you can put together a GoFundMe and, we can get them up to speed. But I don't think we should blow up the whole program because of one mistake. And give y'all some grace. I'm pretty sure y'all work really hard on this.
Councilmember Cummings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I will say this, with regards to the business owner, that, number one, I think that that's something that should be vetted on the front end for any of the applicants. That should just be one of the criteria. And if you do have some tax issues or whatever, if you want to give them a phone call and say, hey, you got 5 days or whatever to pay this, and if they want to take care of it and make themselves whole, that's fine. Or if not, you just disqualify them altogether. But if that's what the requirements are, that they have to be current on their taxes, then that's just what it is. Mr. Rogers, I understand not being necessarily hands-on, because what you want to do is you want to make it seem as if it is a fair process. So I do understand that, but still at the same time, you have to have a certain amount of oversight over the process.
Sure.
And just, because we can sit here for 10 hours and I'm sure they'll rip this whole thing apart. But like I said, there are things that, it's a learning process. But with regards to the business owner that owes that's delinquent on the tax, whether it's $3,000 or $200, whatever, you still have to pay it. And if that was one of the requirements that was on there, then just, hey, this is a snafu, this is, something that, just moving forward. But I do believe that, and I don't know when this was, discovered about the person that owes the $3,000, whatever it is, but I'm assuming it's been enough time. And just my recommendation, I would think, just put them out of the process. Because, and then, it may be another opportunity, or like Councilman Atkins said, maybe there's some other program, but it's not fair, like you said, to have somebody in the process, how it was flagged, when it was flagged, or who flagged it, or whatever. They clearly did not meet what the requirements were for the program, and I think that because they did not, they should not be allowed to be in the process, because I'm sure we didn't just find out today. So, it's been enough time. And then, like someone said, you don't want to award them $20,000, and part of the $20,000 is used to, because in essence, that's what it's going to be. They'll pay that money, use a portion of that money potentially to pay their taxes. If anything else, if you were going to award them the $20,000, that money the taxes should be paid before any money is issued out. But I think just to kind of like cut a lot of the stuff that we have going on now, just put them out of the process. Explain to them, hey, this is just part of one of the requirements. Just as we went back and we just sort of vetted all the names on there and the awards that were made, it's discovered that you didn't meet the process. You didn't meet the requirements. Just take them out of the process and we can move forward. So I don't know if anybody else's lights on, but I'd like to make a motion. Oh, no, you can't.
Their lights are on, and tonight
Okay,
is
no
work
problem.
session, so.
Okay, so I yield.
Whatever decision y'all want to make, you can make on Monday. Councilmember Ziegler.
Yeah, so I don't think anybody is saying blow up the whole program. No, we're just saying this one particular property should not be receiving this award. In order for you to get on the 50 worst list, it's the most egregious property. Like, not only is that, the property is in disrepair, but it's that owner has been negligent and has not been reachable, not been able, they have been resistant to fix up their property, and then for them to now come to us for this facade grant, it's kind of a slap in the face. It feels like that, at least. And how long ago was it that you knew about this property and that they were behind on their taxes and that you called them out on this?
Jasmine, how long would you say that was about when we?
I believe we may have learned about it early August. That's the longest it's been. I don't even believe it was July. I believe it was early August.
And they're still behind on their taxes?
I have reached out to the property tax division to see if it was satisfied, and they have not paid it yet, as of last week.
Okay, then in order for this to go forward for me, they cannot be a part of this process. I mean, if they can't pay $3,000, but then they're willing to accept 20 from us, that's not acceptable for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I have a question. That property, are they the original owner of the property?
No, and so the current owner was not aware that they were on this 50 worst list. The original violation letters, consent agreements were with a previous.
The previous owner.
Exactly.
So they bought the property, and the taxes was owed on the property when they bought the property. So it's not like they applied for the grant and knew that they had taxes on it, or that the property was on the 50 worst. They bought the property thinking that, oh, this is a piece of property, I'm gonna fix it up, not knowing the history of the property. Gotcha. So I'm gonna have to agree with, man, I can't believe I'm saying this. Mitchell. Because that would be the property that you want to fix up. You can't hold that owner accountable for something that they did not know. Now, had they known that the property was on the 50 worst or that it had back taxes, then yes, but that owner bought that property in good faith, thinking that, hey, this is a piece of property that I can fix up, and now here the city is offering money that's gonna help me fix it up. That's a whole different story than what it is. Now, are they currently working with the tax department to pay the back taxes?
No, they haven't went into any payment plans or set any date for when they would make the payment, but I am keeping in contact with our tax coordinator to just stay updated. But obviously, these are grant funds, and, you know, there's time frame for which.
So let me ask you this. When is the time frame for the funds to be released? Because I would think that no funds will be released until that is paid.
Right. And that was communicated with that property owner, that they would need to be current on the property tax roll in order to receive this grant funding. There was conversation about the amount of taxes owed, which is why there was an adjustment on their taxes, because based on a court order, they did not owe taxes previously with the previous owner.
So it's basically this property that's tied up in a mess.
Can you repeat?
It's property that it's basically a mess, the property with the taxes. So here's my question. If the owner for some reason don't pay, and can that grant money be allocated somewhere else?
Yes, ma'am, that has always been the intent.
Okay. Thank you. And exactly where on Church Street is this property?
You want me to give the address, or? Oh, okay. So it's at the corner of Dorsey and Church Street. It's 2843 Church Street.
So where is, I'm trying to visualize.
It's the building is boarded up. Then there's that corner where there's nothing there, but next to it is a building that's boarded. Right across from, there's a church right across.
Yeah, across from the Bowden Senior Center. Adjacent, but across the block from the Bowden Senior Center.
The innocent. Okay, okay.
Okay, I waited patiently. When were the award letters sent out?
Is it here? July 8th. July 8th.
Yes.
July 8th?
Yes.
And 10 different people evaluated this property and didn't realize they owed outstanding taxes. So what did the evaluation consist of if we didn't look at information that we had readily available? If one 50 worst property owner can apply for it, all of them can. So when we're doing a city program, if there's not fairness in the process, what if I was a 50 worst property owner and I knew I owed the city money and I chose not to apply, but one person did, and it doesn't matter whether they're an investor or whoever they are, they did, and then now we're gonna award them? Although our guidelines said you have to meet qualifications and you can't owe money. So again, the reason I'm asking for scoring, what was assessed? And we have over $57,000 going to somebody who was not even one of the 86 that applied, was not one of the initial applications, but they're getting the largest grant award. That seems problematic because there were other people who did apply. And if they scored, again, the scoring process seems to definitely be able to be improved. Like, how do we just randomly make that decision when there's a program, there are guidelines, and there's a process? If I said submitted a project, so one of these projects in downtown, the total project cost submitted by the applicant was $109,500. They asked for $70,000. The maximum grant award was $25,000, so the city is giving them $18,750. They put up $6,250, and the city says, do whatever you want. You wanted $70,000, we're giving you $18,750, and you can pick from the list of available options to improve. Like, we're giving away money and don't even know what's going to be done. How is it that that's their choice? How is it not that as we're going through the process, since you gave so much less than what they requested, that you're not saying, okay, well then that means for this amount of money, you have to do this. You have to do that. How do they get to randomly select? Because now we don't know what impact it's going to have. We don't know what they're going to spend the money on, really, if it's just make a decision. And we're just going to dole out this cash, and you can decide randomly from a project that's $109,000, and we're only giving you $18,750, you can make a decision what you want to do from that project. How is that even possible? How can we even sign a contract giving people money when they submitted a project that's almost 10 times the amount of money that we're giving them? Or at least 7, my math is off, but like, how is that okay? How is it okay to award money and not be clear about what's going to be done on each of these properties? How is that okay? Because we're literally giving money away and not knowing what's going to happen, not knowing what's going to be done on these properties to have the impact that was initially intended as a part of this program. So I feel extremely uncomfortable signing contracts, writing a blank check, and say you pick and choose what happens with significantly less than what you requested. I mean, there's one, they applied for, their project was $93,000, and they only getting $11,250. To do what? So we're just gonna sign the contract, give them a check, and say just do something. That doesn't feel okay, and it shouldn't be okay. There should be a meeting of the minds as to what this money is gonna be spent on, as to what they're committing to do. And yes, they have the match portion, but how are we just supposed to sign? Y'all want me to just sign contracts and give money away and we don't know what's gonna happen? So, not necessarily trying to blow up the program, but like, how are we just shelling out over $600,000 of funds and we don't know what's gonna happen? We don't know what they're gonna do with the money. We're saying, do whatever you want. Even though what you requested, except for the one that didn't apply and getting 58,000 and the others that's getting over 50-something thousand, but 3 people, 3 businesses. Some getting 30,000. But everybody else, we just like, hey, just go at it. Do what you like. And here's the check.
Mayor, I was going to say, if I may, we had an evaluation process, and it was based on factors, location factors, demonstrated need, quality of the proposal, completeness of information that was submitted, and of course, lastly, community and economic impact, which, based on our breakout, totaled 100 points. The application required that they do a narrative explaining exactly what they would do, what they would perform. And we were very clear and specific that no matter what they did, it had to be on the outside. We got applications, unfortunately, that detailed things on the inside, which were not eligible. And when you look at the overall application, many of them who included the inside information, which was totally ineligible, also impacted the bottom line of the cost proposal. So you have some big numbers there, but in many cases, the number don't even apply. It might be on a quarter of the total amount that they were submitting. Once we looked at that, then we had to score that application appropriately. So unfortunately, if you're just looking at that total, we as the committee had to be in the trenches with understanding, reviewing that information, reviewing carefully what they had submitted and what it included.
That wasn't my main question, Mr. Rogers. We've talked about the evaluation process and a number of challenges within it. You weren't even on the committee. There were people who we just awarded a business that's on the 50 worst properties list and owes us taxes. So clearly that process could be improved. The issue is, and I waited patiently over an hour and a half while everybody talks. So all this sighing, I'm not moved by it. So the issue is, are we expected to just write them a check and say, do whatever you like? You didn't tell them because you're giving them less than what they asked for. So what part of the process is going to require an actual meeting of the minds around this contract as to what's going to be done with the money that they're going to receive? And I'll ask Mr. Jones, he's laid back and it looks like he's thinking. It's a manager question.
Well, the response to your comments, Mayor, is that there are items that have been identified as a part of the projects that were submitted. So when Mr. Rogers talks about the proposal being detailed and the narrative picking up what items are supposed to be spent, he's really alluding to the fact that those items are going to be attested to as when they made the award. So if the award is less than what they originally requested, the question is going to be, with the resources that you have, what are you going to be spending that on?
Correct. And when is that question going to be answered so that it can be put in the contract before the contract is signed? Because if not, we don't have a meeting of the minds.
I'm going to follow on the team that's been working on it. I'm assuming that they know that.
So let me look at the 10 contracts that I've received to see if that's included. Give me just a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, that is not included in the contracts, but I did want to add one thing regarding full project costs that are over what was actually granted. So You would be surprised with these proposals, how many items within some of these bigger requested amounts included non-eligible items. So even with going through and allocating these funds, there still probably would have been deductions from that full amount based on some of the work that was proposed wasn't even eligible per the application guidelines. So I understand now we're at a point of what are they going to do specifically with the amount awarded, and I completely understand that. My only consolation is that it's something that was in the original proposal that has to be done, but I do understand we're not identifying specifically what that will be. But as a part of this grant funding, they are going to be submitting documentation in order to get the reimbursements.
So Mr. Jones's response indicated that he expected that information to be in the contract. I don't know how we can sign a contract if there's no agreement as to what's going to be done with the money. So, Mr. Jones, based upon your statements, when I receive the contracts, when they're resubmitted to me, I'll be looking for that information in each contract to total the amount that's on the spreadsheet, assuming council approves that. Councilmember Atkins?
Well, no, I mean, that's what I was going to say. I mean, if I submitted a proposal for this amount, I got this amount, and we're just going to say, okay, this is your contract for 20 versus 170, right? But if we don't know exactly what this 20 is going to cover, then I could always come back and say, no, I painted the facade of my building and that was 20,000. We have nothing to measure that against. So if we're going to give them 20, and if the selection committee came up with the amount that they were going to award based on all of those great ideas that you mentioned, Ms. Cheney, if the proposals had a lot of great ideas, and if it had information, if it was a detailed narrative that this applicant included this, that, and this, so we can fund these portions, then we know what we're managing against. But absent that in the contract, then we don't know. So then how would we gauge when they're done spending the 20,000? Or if they spent the 20,000 with qualified, how do we know that?
Yeah, so before they start their projects, they're supposed to reach out to us just to make sure that they are in that eligible list of items that they've proposed before they start.
We know that because if it's not an eligible project, it can't be awarded. So we know that they can only do eligible projects.
The portions of it, yeah. And I do want to say the contract did go to legal and city manager's office for review before they were sent out. And so what they were with the lump sum was in there. If it's, again, the will of council to get very detailed in those, that's something.
It's not really that it's been very detailed, but if you gave me an application for a facade grant for $80,000 and I said you're getting 15, go do a part of your project. How do I know that what you're going to do is $15,000 worth of work? How do you know that?
Councilman, what we can do is go back and make sure that we send out an email to all of the awardees and ask them, based on the amount that they've been awarded, to provide a scope of work that we can simply insert into the contract.
And it needs to match up with that amount so that we know that what we're managing against. But absent that, we don't know. And we know that they're eligible projects because that's the only thing that we're funding.
Yeah, and just to clarify, currently they would be submitting receipts for that work. So that was the way it was going to be. They would have to receive us, $5,000 for painting, the quotes on that route. But yeah, if we want to get them to resubmit a scope of work, attach that as an appendix to the contract.
Sure, they could do that. And I could also say to my painter, I want you to paint the outside of the building, which is going to cost $7,000, but then I want you to paint the inside of the building, which is going to cost $8,000, but give me a receipt for $15,000. How do you know that they spent all $15,000 on the exterior?
And again, if there's a good way to evaluate that with today's pricing and contractors, I mean, it's all over, it's going to be difficult for us on our end to gauge, you know what I'm saying? Because then there's also the type of paint they use. If you use a 50-year paint versus a lower level, you know what I'm saying? Like, for us to be able to gauge that it's a $15,000 job or that it's not, if there are suggestions on how we can put precautions in there, we're definitely open to it. I just don't know, you know, with the level of detail
Really what I'm
that would
asking for,
require.
Ms. Rogers, is deliverables. If you just gave a business a contract and say, this is your $20,000 or your $15,000 for your facade grant, and there are no deliverables in there, to what do we hold them?
So our contract refers back to the items in the scope they proposed, and in the proposal, they included quotes. So it does tie back to things, you know, we wanted to see where those, in other words, they didn't just write 70,000 on their proposal and we took it for what there were actual quotes attached to that. Now they're going to have to get new quotes because, you know, time has passed and we're going to have to see what those numbers are. But as they, you know, again, if they pressure wash, they'll have to turn in a receipt. Those will be processed and go through. And again, on a large scale, I mean, if they submit a pressure washing job for a 1,500 square foot building for $10,000, then yes. I mean, you know, like there's some common sense that comes into that. But if there's suggestions on how to get more detailed on, you know what I'm saying, on what we actually value, because again, it depends on the contractor, it depends on the grade of materials that are used.
And so because it depends on all those things, then would someone from the Office of Economic Development go out and inspect their paint and see if it's a 5-year paint or 10-year paint? Because then if you said it depends on all of those things, and that also says to me that someone is going to be checking to make sure it's one or the other.
I'm actually referring to that it's going to be hard for us to gauge
So
whether
that's
or
why
not
we
a
need to have
quote.
deliverables. That's why we need to have in the contract what these dollars are to be used for, so that everybody is in agreement. And so when the office goes out to see if this work is done and they get those dollars, we know exactly what we're looking for to make sure that it's done.
Okay, yeah, and they did include quotes, so we do have that base to go with, but.
Mr. Jones.
Yes, I'll suggest that staff will go through those scopes of work, circle or identify what's eligible, that amounts up to the dollars that were awarded, and present those to the awardees if that's acceptable to them, and then we can move forward with providing that information as a scope of work addendum to the contracts that have been provided to the mayor.
And will staff be inspecting that the work is actually completed?
Well, I think the normal building inspections that have to happen through our permitting process will suffice to make sure those work is done in the way that it meets standards.
So what staff could be building, whomever, somebody's
Yeah,
going to
staff,
expect
yeah.
to make sure the work is done.
That's correct.
City Attorney Wiggins.
I was just going to say that I did speak with Mr. Lawrence today, and so if the contract is going to be amended, I would like to see in it that the money, the source of the money is the ARPA funds, so that it can be clear that this is not coming from, you know, any general fund, so we can avoid gratuity clause issues.
Thank you for that. So like, I mentioned it the last time, the clerk is not in here. I'm not going to sign them unless they come with a contract tracking sheet that says they've been reviewed. So all I got was contracts, just randomly coming with no contract tracking sheet. So I first asked that legal looked at it, and then I put it on the agenda. So if it doesn't have a contract tracking sheet, which says it's gone through procurement, legal, the city manager, all of those things, I'm not going to sign it, and I'll send it back until it has the right information, and it needs to have what the money is being spent for. But also, it's going to require council to take action to approve all of these amounts before I'll sign any of them. Councilmember Cummings and then Councilmember Ziegler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm looking at the grant submissions, all the money that was awarded, and just kind of looking at what the applicant was asking for and what we were actually awarded. A lot of those are significantly off. So what I would just suggest is that we kind of go back and look at, each one of them, because like you have one person that requested $70,000, but they were only awarded $25,000. So I think it would help. I know we talked about deliverables and everything, so we're giving you $25,000. No, we're giving $18,000, but their total project was $70,000. So if we can look and see what is it that you plan on doing for the money that was awarded, what you're matching plus what East Point is giving. And that gives you something, they can give you something concrete, because of course if you're asking for $70,000, you're only getting about 20 or 25. That's gonna be a big difference, because I'm sure you submitted $70,000 worth of work. So I think that's something that should be included in the contract when they come back, just because it is a significant amount that's gonna be different. And just throughout the process, I don't know if all the money's gonna be given in one lump sum. So money will be issued out throughout stages of the.
Yes, they have to meet the 25% first upfront, and then receipts will be turned in, and we will process them as we get them. So they turn in paint, they turn in pressure washing, those receipts will be turned in, and then checks will be cut.
And I'm sure there's a tracking process in place. I mean, I'm sure it's a tracking process in something that's in place for how we're going to measure what it is that the people are doing. And I mean, like I said, it's a learning thing. I mean, and but there's some things, definitely that could have been done better. But I don't, but as far as like, I don't want to we just keep dumping on you guys about it. But like I said, we just kind of need to trust the process. And I think just you guys gotten a ton of information that can kind of help you, to just kind of guide you through the remainder of this process. But definitely, I would really look at talking with everybody, all the awardees, based on, what they submitted and what they're actually awarded. We have some big, difference in those dollar amounts. So if they can kind of detail what it's going to be, I think that'll definitely help and kind of ease some of the, stomach ache that's up here now with regards to that.
Yes, and one of the requirements, they do have to do before pictures and after for each piece of work, so that we have documented proof as well visually, that we can digitally prepare to show the before and after changes.
Okay.
I will also add to that, Councilwoman, that we will, at least I will personally go out and take photographs myself, as I routinely ride throughout the city each week, looking at businesses, meeting with businesses, seeing what's really going on in the city. So.
Okay, and I think it'll be good also, just as you go through and you check, maybe not every week, but every other week or during the council meeting, that you just report, just to kind of keep everybody updated, since everybody want to know what's going on. Just something, just an update. These are the properties, these are awardees here, this is what, was done so far, and it just kind of, just so we'll, I guess help, everybody got to be in the loop. So, all right, I yield.
Yeah, and my comments were just about trying to make sure that they're actually spending the money in the way that is designed and the way that they had promised, because a lot of these improvements would not require a permit. Power washing, painting, putting planters out, that does not require a permit. So, we need to do whatever we can to make sure that they're spending the money as they had intended. Thanks.
And to that point, maybe the contract should condition final payment of whatever amount from the city on inspection and confirmation that the work has been done. Whatever percent, whatever that is, but something needs to ensure that the work gets done. So, for 32 awards, it really should probably be 31 minus the 50 worst property. I'm telling you, you award that person, everybody's on 50 worth is gonna be like, well, you said we couldn't be behind, so I didn't apply. The process wasn't fair. You open yourself up for that. You open yourself up when you accept applications from people who didn't submit initially to people objecting to the process and the program. That's why we have guidelines, and that's why we should stick with them. But in order for the contracts to ultimately be issued, I would like a vote of council approving all of the awards, whether that's on Monday, September the 15th, or October the 6th, because it sounds like it's going to take a minute for them to get confirmation or get the actual meeting of the minds as to what the money will be spent on, so that that amount can be included in the contracts. And so I would feel more comfortable waiting until after that is done before council approval, but it's up to council as to when or if all 32 of these awards where letters went out 2 weeks ago today. 2 months ago today. 2 months ago today. Based upon the email that was sent to council on July 3rd and never having a discussion with this council about the spreadsheets and that information. July 8th, 2 months ago today. So what is the desire of council as it relates to voting to approve the recommendations for awards, although letters have been sent out indicating that these people have been awarded? September the 15th or October the 6th, which is the first meeting in October, we should have the information for the contracts. We should know more about this 50 Works property, somebody who wasn't qualified and should have made it through any process, but October 6th? Okay, you could put facade grant awards on October 6th agenda, Madam City Clerk. All right, I think that takes us to the credit card, city credit card policy and travel policy. How many executive session items do we have tonight? Wishful thinking. Huh? What'd you say? No. Can you prioritize between today and next Monday? 1-1. Mr. Jones, do you have any?
No, I do not, although I believe it's probably in her 11.
Yeah,
but-
you're probably connected to some of those. And any from council? How many? 3 personnel. Any- Oh, okay, yeah, I think we probably should revisit those again. So Councilmember Ziegler said that number 37 can go to the October work session, preparing for FIFA. That leaves the 36 on that page. And then on page 2, we have 5, 7, and 8. Say what? 39, she said October work session. So we have 5, 7, 8 left. I mean, they wanted to talk about credit card policy and travel policy. Oh, so here's the travel policy. Councilmember Atkins, you want to talk about reimbursements and reporting tonight?
I think that Mr. Golden and Ms. McCullough were coming back with some.
Okay, so these two can go together. And then, Mr. Jones, the discussion on the innovation tab, maybe we should at least show the GIS map, like just do briefly tonight, because we'll probably still have some discussion on Monday. I did. I wasn't able to look at it on my phone, but I forwarded it to the city clerk so she could pull it up for us. So we can at least give council a visual. Okay. So these should be hopefully short, but these are the three that we have before we go to executive session.
Good evening, esteemed mayor and council. Hopefully that's not too loud. I kind of talk loud, so I really wanted to just kind of present this travel policy that we've been working on for a couple weeks now. I've gotten the opportunity to speak with a few of the council members. I thank you for everyone that reached out. So I was able to locate the previous travel procedure, and I kind of built on that and made it the travel policy. I made some few changes, so on this page you'll see that I kind of implemented this revision so that going forward in the future, the different changes could be made, bringing that down. We included a table of contents, and we'll link these pages to the page that it's referencing. For the purpose, so the real purpose here to create this travel policy is just kind of create a robust policy for the city council as well as employees, and that way there's guidelines and accountability that will be held for the employees when they're traveling, and also give them guidance when they're filling out their travel authorization form, travel expense form. Also, what we want to see is the traveler signing their own expense forms, right? So that way they know what their per diem is, what they can expect for their per diem, and their reimbursement. It also lists their responsibilities, especially when it comes to like alcohol beverages. There'll be no purchasing of alcohol beverages when traveling, or lodging, meals, etc. For lodging, we have the documentation and then the rates. So we have lodging rates, travel rates, hotel rates, and I included this link. You can't get to it on this because it's PDF, but on the actual document, you can click on it and it'll go to the per diem rates on the GSA website. On this, for payments, it shows lodging costs will be paid by city check, but we've omitted that, and so it's everything that's being paid from lodging is going to be directly from a credit card. And then you have some other updates that we had. Meals, they must provide. Okay, so for meals, when you're traveling, you will, if you're going to a conference, workshop, or hotel, and there is meals provided, they won't be reimbursed. But in order to see that, we need to see like the conference, the documentation. If you don't have it, well, I can do some research and find it. Per conference, you might have lunch that's provided. And so that's really what we want, like clarity, so that if you don't get lunches provided, you get that per diem. And so we just want to make sure that you get that reimbursement. Another area that we updated, let's see, mileage reimbursements covers the direct mileage from your home to or city address to the airport, as well as from the airport to the hotel and the hotel to the conference location. So I wanted to put some clarity there. I know there had been some not true, under the wording may have been off on the previous travel procedure. Another area that I wanted to point out was for approvals, city manager and/or finance director will have the approval. The approval is required for trips over $2,000 and international travel. Let's see. So this is kind of just the basis. I really just wanted to have you all see it because I know that it's been something that's in question for the past probably several years, and so we just want to kind of build this into the policy, right? And so my goal is to have it on the website, And so we're going to have a website that's travel-related, that has the travel policy. It's going to list the forms, the travel reimbursement form. And then I also am going to put that back here at the end of the document, just so you guys can kind of see. It's going to be examples of what you can expect to see, your travel authorization form as well as your reimbursement form. And those will also be listed on the website. So that's the vision, right? To have everything located in one central location. And that way, the employees as well as city council can access that if you want to. If you're going on travel, you can access it, fill it out, send it over to city clerk, and then she can get it processed. And so there are still some areas that need to be updated. I did have last week a couple of late-minute conferences with a couple of council members that I'd like to do some more updates to this. But again, I just wanted to give you all something that you can see, put your eyes on, know that we're working on, and we're making changes to it. Do you have any questions?
International travel for council should be approved by council, not the city manager, would be my recommendation.
Okay, I can make that change.
No, it says international travel is approved by the city manager.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Freely, Councilmember Mitchell.
Excuse me. Yeah, thanks very much for your presentation and your work on this.
Thank you.
Can you go back up to the, I think it was the air travel section?
Sure.
Maybe it was a little further down. It was the bit about travel within Georgia, and it's just a basic question. For travel within Georgia, I believe the clerk at least uses a different sort of per diem schedule than for travel outside of Georgia. Is that correct, Madam Clerk, or do we use the same?
We use a different per diem, yes, but same per diem form. So traveling in state is the state per diem site that we go based off of, but traveling outside of the state, we have to use a different site.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, yes.
So if it's out of state, you're using a different website?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So I just wanted to
you
clarify
for that.
that. For within Georgia travel, it's one per diem schedule, and then for outside of Georgia, it's a different per diem schedule.
I appreciate that, thank you.
I yield both. I think both of my concerns were covered. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody?
It's like, thank you for your work on this. You're gonna make some revisions
Yes, ma'am.
and send it back to us.
I have a question.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Can you go back up? I thought I saw where the city manager has to approve the travel for council.
I said international, but that should be council.
Yeah, because the city manager don't approve council's travel if it's local, like to GMA conference, NLC conference. Yeah, yeah.
Councilmember Butler.
Yes, I disagree. By having the city manager approve travel, that means it's not political. By having council people vote on whether council people travel places, it makes it political. I don't agree.
Your comment is noted, but the city manager reports to all 9 of us. And so to have the city manager be put in a position to make a decision that some council members may have concern about is not political. It recognizes his position and the fact that he answers to the council as a whole and takes action by 5 votes. And so having him make the decision alone seems more political than council making the decision.
I'm in to speak.
Councilmember Butler.
I heard what you said, and I disagree.
That's fine. You can, if there 5 people are going to make the decision, that's my recommendation. And if there are 5 people who agree with that, it'll pass. If there are 5 people who agree with the city manager making a decision and approving international travel for one of his supervisors, when there are a total of 9 and being put in that position, then that position will carry. That's my feedback on the policy, and the council is going to make a decision. Councilmember Freeland.
Yeah, just clarification, Councilmember Butler, are you, and Mayor as well, we're not talking about the city manager or council voting on all council travel. The distinction was international travel. Is that the understanding?
Correct. I think the policy as, what's your name again? Ms. Cartwright, that she was going through, it said international travel.
The correction that said travel $2,000 and international travel is what it said in the policy she presented.
Yeah, conferences are over $2,000 for, for the airfare being
I think
over
it's just the
$2,000.
airfare here.
Yeah, I mean, I also think that that should be a council decision. If there's airfare that's over $2,000, and there's international travel, I don't think that should be a decision made by somebody who reports to 9 of us for one person, if there may be concerns by others and a decision needs to be made. That's just my position.
I also might say that rather than just calling out international travel on its own, I mean, because you could potentially travel somewhere internationally that's no more expensive than traveling to San Francisco or something. So maybe it's not domestic versus international, maybe it's a dollar amount where council comes in to vote or something, but I'm not sure that distinguishing international travel for its own sake is necessarily the most precise instrument.
I'll get some better verbiage for that to get some clarification, and we'll try to pin it down to a dollar amount versus international and domestic.
Right. And in terms of council travel, I would just be interested to hear what colleagues think of that distinction.
Okay.
Who should approve council travel? Should the city manager be making that decision, or should that be a city council decision, whether it's based on international, whether it's based on a dollar amount? Whenever there is a decision to be made about council, when it rises to the level of there needing to be a decision, who should be the decision maker? Member Martin Rogers.
Yes, and I would like to have further discussion on this, but I'm going to say no. No. As an elected, I mean, the question is who should make it will probably be council. I mean, if council is a self-policing body, we should be able to police ourselves, number one, but for an elected official to report to the city manager is no. It's a no for me. I'm not going to support that. But what we can do is talk through this with us approving our own travels, but to have the city manager approve our travel as an elected official, no, I cannot stand by that decision. I also would like to go down to rental cars, because right here at rental cars, I think that, where is it? The class of the rental car is a compact rental car. What if a compact rental car isn't available? I would just like to take the time to go through this and read it, and I guess send my recommendations to you in writing. But oftentimes when you rent cars, compact cars are the first ones to go. Then
Yes,
you go
ma'am.
into that mid-size vehicle or whatever they have available. But I would like the opportunity to read through this and
Sure.
just submit my recommendations for the ordinance.
That's perfectly
or for
fine.
the
I would look
travel
forward to that.
policy. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And the recommendation of council approval is what I've seen in other jurisdictions. Like, it's not left to a city manager, somebody who reports to council or the governing body. Mr. Jones?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm not going to chime in on the approval, but it does appear that maybe having caps, and so if travel goes beyond those caps, then those differences are then bared by the council member. So we could set up, those might be cleaner than having the type of rental car or all those, because depending on where you go, there's going to be differing options. And then there's a whole nother other markets that might be just as cheap as a compact car, but it's a third party or something like a Toro or whatever. There's all kinds of options that could be better spent or more cost effective. So to tie down those type of options or rule out those type of options, maybe the thought is to find out what that threshold is. And I know that in some policies, depending on if you're going to various metro areas where you know it's going to be higher, like a DC or Chicago or California, those cities typically, or we're going to have hotel rooms that be a little more expensive, rental cars are going to be a little more expensive, then you can kind of have a metro versus a non-metro breakdown of what those maximum costs would be for those different items. That's just a thought.
I have a comment to that also. So what I've noticed, the cost is actually less at airports when you rent vehicles versus renting them in the city. So I can look at that also. Okay.
So I don't see any other lights. It's quite interesting. There was quite a bit of discussion when this first came up, probably last year. And there was concern and desire for council approval for certain things. I don't know if it's the late hour and we're not going to approve it tonight and take action, so maybe people want to respond offline. But, I mean, what I shared is not an opinion that was just shared by me. Previously, there were other people who had the same view. And so we also have the credit card policy, and I know Councilmember Mitchell mentioned he wanted to look at that as well tonight. We had the red line version and the additional recommendations. And I know there were a number of examples shared with us as it relates to best practices. Has staff looked at those to determine whether or not the red line version of the ordinance that the city attorney shared with us based upon several previous discussions that we've had about this at council, and staff looked at it to see if any of those other policies that were shared, whether there should be any suggested edits to the red line version. Mr. Jones?
Yes, Mayor. I hadn't received any feedback from council, so I'm assuming that the red line version must be what everybody's comfortable with.
Well, I think when we talked about it last, when you shared it, it was, I think, my either understanding or expectation from the discussion was that staff would look at the red line version as well as the other examples that were shared with us to recommend to us whether or not there were additional changes that should be made to the red line version. So that may be why you haven't received any responses or received any feedback, because that red line version was a compilation of previous discussions, and then there were others shared that we thought would be cross-referenced with that one.
I didn't walk away with that understanding. Frankly, I kind of think of the city attorney as staff as well. So if you want my office to look at that with that type of eye, I can do that for next work session.
Yes, so I was kind of expecting to have, another one-on-one session with either finance or somebody else, just like what we did with the travel policy, so that we can all get our opinions straight and submitted. We haven't had that for the credit card policy, and I think it's just fair to do that for, with that policy as we did with the travel policy.
Any other lights on? The credit card payments, reimbursements, and reporting, Councilmember Atkins said he believed that Mr. Golden and the city clerk had some information. Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, are you prepared? There were some things that you were going to look into. We talked about changing banks. We talked about a portal for council members to submit expense reports and a number of things. And so if you have that information to share, Mr. Golden, that would be great.
I did, Councilman, thank you. Well, good morning, Mayor, Council.
Good morning.
When we last met, you mentioned a couple of items. Concor, we can't use because it's an SAP product. I looked
Say
into
that again?
Is it Concor? Concor? Concur. I'm sorry, it's late. Early in the morning. Concur. It's a SAP product, so it's not compatible with BSNA. I reached out to Truist Bank. I have not heard back yet. We have a meeting scheduled with our banker to try to get an understanding of what's going on with our credit cards and the platform, and also possibly to have that banker come and present the mayor and council and answer questions that you may have. I did look at one program called RAMP, and it's a fintech company. It has the portal where you can upload receipts. You can take pictures with your phone to upload your receipts. It has where you can include the travel policy as part of the platform. But I need to kind of just get everything kind of formulated so I can present that to mayor and council.
Sure. Okay. Thank you for that update.
You're welcome.
October work session, yes.
And then Madam City Clerk, I forwarded you an email with the link earlier. Can you pull that up on the laptop for the discussion on Innovation TAD? Mr. Jones, do you want to start the discussion or?
Yeah, so I will start off while she's looking for that.
Oh, you put it on the flash drive. Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Okay. The council expressed some interest in looking at an innovation TAD, the corridor that we are looking at will be coming up shortly, but we believe that we can work with KB to help us define the TAD. The TAD would be justified with some key projects in the area. One of them would be the Owens property, also known as the Illinois property. And I see the map is not coming up as fast as I look, but when that comes up, that'll be one of the key properties in there, but also utilizing some of the other documents, including the economic development plan that recently was passed by council, the consolidated plan, and some other planning documents that we can use to help define that area. And then also in conjunction with us closing out, and we're looking at documents of closing out the Camp Creek TAD, which then gives us the ability to look at other opportunities. So I think that's the basics. Certainly there's a number of pieces that come along that and some timelines that we need to be moving quickly on. But there's some certainly opportunities, especially in the corridors, once the map gets up, that I'm sure the mayor will highlight between the Hapeville and East Point corridor, going from Sullivan to 166.
Yeah, I think one of the questions is what properties would already be in the corridors TAD, because properties can't be in two TADs. And so the city manager had the GIS person, this was like literally at like 6 o'clock today, try to overlay the corridors. It was plugged in on that side. Yeah, it was plugged in on that side. You got it?
Oh, there you go. You go, yeah, there you once, when everything pops up in there, that's when you, yeah, there you go. Yeah, and you could probably get a little closer, but, yeah.
It's probably too big, yeah.
So I know that as the mayor had stated, we want to make sure that the two TAD areas don't overlap, but they do need to be contiguous. So that's where we would need to kind of define those boundaries, and that's where KB would be very instrumental in that. We would also work with our TAD attorney, if you will, if that's the best word, Mr. Johnson, who's worked on TADs for us in the past, to kind of prepare the documents and prepare the area to make sure that it is appropriate. One of the, I think there's a number of big selling points to this. Certainly there's industrial areas, but major redevelopment areas and mixed-use areas that can be beneficial for folks that could take advantage of what the TAD benefits bring.
Does this map overlay the corridors TAD? Or just GIS is the area?
I think we just had that one, yeah.
Okay. So the next step would be to overlay the corridors TAD?
Yes.
So we could see.
And I wasn't real sure what the yellow meant.
The yellow, I think, is area that wouldn't be in the TAD. I think it's more residential.
Okay.
But it's, all of the rest of it is contiguous, right, by, so we could possibly carve that out. Councilmember Ziegler?
Yes, so if we can't overlap TADs, isn't there a TAD for the Cleveland corridor?
So
I'm sorry.
this is the potential all area, right? But we would need to overlay the Cleveland Avenue corridors TAD and then draw it so that that Cleveland Avenue corridor property is still in that TAD and not in this one.
Got it.
So where it says Norman Berry Drive in that yellow like horizontal line, that's Cleveland Avenue. And we think around in that area may be the area where there's the most potential for overlap. with the Cleveland Avenue corridor TAD, but as we go further down, right, to 166, and I'm not sure of the dotted line, but we want to capture that blue area because that's the industrial. So the blue area at the top, Mr. Jones, where it says Main Street, and like I think all of that is industrial. And that's what we were trying to capture as a part of this coming down from Sylvan. So the dotted line actually would kind of outline the yellow.
Okay.
And then go around, right, to capture that blue as well for the other industrial area.
Makes sense. So we were going to at least get this map to KB and Attorney Johnson, and they can, and we'll make sure we add that dotted line to include the Main Street area, and then they'll be able to identify the corridor. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if we could make sure that whole blue area that's outlined in red right now is a part of it, because that was the desire expressed that we go down to 166 to capture that industrial area. Any other comments? If we're able to get that overlay by Monday, we'll bring it back to share with council. So, I mean, time is kind of the essence, so we can kind of make some decisions and also do like real-time updates. But they feel confident, like once we share it with them in the GIS format, that they should be able to do that overlay. So Monday's meeting, if we could just have a, this is probably agenda item, because there might be action, whether it's slide or whatever, for the innovation TAD. All right. Oh, Councilmember Butler.
Yes, I won't be prepared to make a decision on Monday regarding this TAD. I do have questions, in particular legal questions about possibly downzoning properties and how does that work. So I think this is I like the ideal, but there are a lot of details that need to be discussed and should not be rushed.
Yeah, so let me clarify what I meant as it relates to discussion. I meant decision. In order to ensure that there's increment available next year, the December 31st is the time frame in which to get this done. And so what I was simply sharing is the overlay of the corridors on top of this area, and whether or not, from a boundary perspective, as we continue to explore it, if we want to make some decisions from the map about that, about boundaries, not the actual TAD. That has to be done through a resolution. There has to be a redevelopment plan. There has to be a number of things that have to be made. So I wasn't suggesting that we'll be adopting a TAD on Monday, because that's not possible at this time. There's a lot of things that have to be done. But as it relates to the boundaries of the area to be considered, we might be able to make some decisions around that. Mr. Jones?
Oh, sorry, yep, I agree that, earlier today, that's exactly what I took away. It's more of a process, but we needed to start that process relatively soon if this is something that the council wanted to pursue.
All righty. Councilman Martin Rogers.
Yes. The last time we talked about this was on August 11th, correct? Yeah, because it's in my notes. And it said that there were possible 3 things that we needed to do in regards to this. So I guess we're at that first stage of looking at it, of looking at what properties can go into this TAD, because I think the first one you mentioned was establishing the TAD, then we needed to rezone the property, but that needs to be city initiated. And then the other part of that would be to engage a consultant.
In the previous TAD, that was done through legal, and Mr. Johnson, Attorney Johnson was our lawyer. So that is the process being followed with this one. But again, there wouldn't be a decision, but we need to talk about boundaries so that the work could be done. And then if, after that, the discussion would be around city-initiated rezoning, and I don't know that it was necessarily a downzoning. It's a more compatible with residential zoning that would be considered, and so, but those discussions won't, I'm not suggesting we'll make a decision on that on Monday. It'll probably be a part of the discussion in October.
But part of that discussion, could we, when we talk on Monday, could we sort of develop a soft timeline with deliverables?
We have to wait to get that back from legal and the consultant. And they may have something for us probably at the beginning of October, around that. It may have something on Monday. Again, we could put it on for updates around those types of things. Okay. You narrowed down your list, Madam City Attorney. 7, we cut 4. Are they out? What are they? How many for each? So that's 4 legal. Councilmember Shropshire, you said you had 3 personnel? Huh? They might overlap. The city manager said he didn't have any. And any others from staff? I meant from council. You said the October work session, when he. Oh. My bad. What's number 36? Councilman Mark Rogers, you might want to talk about it, but I don't know if other people do.
Well, I just want to talk about it briefly because I want to talk about this ward-specific initiatives. I know that back in July or June, council did move events up under the city manager's office. And one of my asks was that he work collaborative with council members for their specific events. There's a litter issue in East Point. My first initial email went out January 16th in 2024. And for the past 18 months, we had been talking about the litter program, the litter pickup in East Point. We've had numerous presentations, schedules, the role of GDOT, the Atlanta CID. We talked about jailers possibly helping us with our litter issue. We even had a 30, 60, 90-day plan presented to council. From January until May 2024, numerous emails were sent to staff in reference to high litter areas in Ward D specifically. And in an effort to address those concerns, I kicked off a Ward D Gets Lit campaign in July of 2024, in which I, myself, and volunteers cleaned up a corridor of Ward D. Those efforts continued to bring about awareness in reference to litter. We've even gone into one school in East Point, Brookview Elementary School, and Microsoft has even come on board and offered a grant to keep streets in Ward D clean. Every summer on Wednesdays and Fridays, I personally volunteer to pick up litter in Ward D. In May of 2025, I informed our new city manager of our concerns on an email with him, the city attorney, and the GDOT director. The city manager stated that there were portions of Camp Creek that the city had not serviced. He disagreed with what was happening with the Atlanta CID stopping service on Camp Creek for the litter pickup. And the only reason why the Atlanta CID stopped the service was because there wasn't a viable litter pickup schedule that they could see. Gerald McDowell has come before council twice and said that they supplement the litter pickup. They are not the end-all, be-all for litter pickup. The city manager shared with me that my effort should have been citywide, and that the majority of council also believed that they should be a citywide initiative. I didn't disagree with the litter being a citywide initiative, but I wanted to know the plan. I know that some areas the litter is picked up, but in Ward D for a year, I have personally partnered with individuals to keep Ward D clean. The city manager said that this would be placed on the council retreat agenda. It was not, so it was not addressed then. And I just felt that it was best that we have a broader discussion as far as individual council initiatives and what is going to be approved and what is not going to be approved, because the other coin to that is it's been a couple of initiatives done by council members that have not been brought to this council. They occurred this summer and they weren't brought to this council. When I did the Teacher Back to School supply drive, I sent an email like, hey, this initiative is now under your office, what should I do? And the city manager responded back, oh, go ahead and do the logistics of the Teacher Back to School program. And so now I am wondering, the majority of council, when I asked him last week after picking up litter on Thursday, I came to City Hall, and he mentioned that the majority of council, but he only gave me one council member's name. So are we going to pick and choose what comes before the city manager and is approved? Because again, other council members have had initiatives that they have not gotten pushback on. This is something for the ward that I specifically implemented because for 18 months, we could not come to an agreement with how we were going to address litter.
So are you asking for?
No, the city manager wanted direction from the majority of council in reference to what to do with the individual council initiative for Ward D. He said that the majority of council felt that it should be a greater initiative, which we've talked about it several times. Huh?
Yeah, so I'm confused because the item is ward-specific initiatives, but you talked about litter.
The Ward
and
D
you
Gets Litter campaign is a ward-specific initiative that was voted on in the budget, and Mr. Jones twice has said that it needs to be a broader discussion. And I said, if we're going to discuss my initiative, we need to be prepared to discuss all of the city, the individual council members.
So you acknowledged in your statements that there was a discussion about litter. Mr. what's his name? Reeves did a couple presentations, talked about a 30, 60, 90-day plan. So I think there is a broader citywide desire, should be a plan that's been acknowledged around litter, but council members do individual events all the time. So I think there are two different issues. Like, yes, there's a discussion around having a citywide cleanup or clean city or whatever we call it plan.
And we've talked
around-
about that. We talked
Correct.
about that for 18 months, and when nothing was being done, I went out. I provided what was being done in Alpharetta, what was being done in Athens. I continued to provide information to those interim city managers during that time. I continued to work on litter, even picking it up in my own community. However, Mr. Jones feels like this ward-specific initiative should be citywide, which is fine. However, bring all of the council members' initiatives before this council, and let's just not pick what needs the majority vote. He kept telling me that he needed direction from council with what to do with this specific initiative.
Okay, Mr. Jones, what direction are you looking for from council? I don't
So
see any other light, so that's why I'm going to you.
I'll keep it with understanding the late hour. So I've gotten conflicting messages. First of all, let me start with when those items were moved to the city manager's office, it was clearly
Speak into the
stated
microphone.
that efficiencies and streamlining and all the issues to make strong programs strong would be considered under the city manager's office. So going back to council retreat, it was council that decided not to do the presentations. That's where that information would have came out through council presentations, but it was decided not to do that. I had nothing to do with council's desire to forego that portion of the program. Continuing on to my communications is always that I shared with Councilwoman Dr. Martin Rogers is that, again, I work for the whole council, and if any time I hear mixed messages or varying opinions on the subject, then it deserves and needs to be brought to city council. So here we are. I think we're talking about should a litter campaign be ward-specific and resources be spent the way it has been in various wards with a hit and miss type of approach, or should it be a citywide approach, pooling our resources and taking on a citywide strategy? That's the conversation, and that's the opportunity to hear from council what they would like to hear. I don't know if we're going to get to that at 1 o'clock in the morning, but that's the
He
discussion.
needs direction.
Yeah, but, I mean, nobody else has chimed in, and so he needs direction. You said, articulate the issue, he's responded as to what direction he needs. If that doesn't happen tonight, then that means this goes to a future agenda. And I think when you say you hear concerns, and so then you need direction, I mean, I do think we need to be consistent with that, because there are concerns shared with other events or items that don't get brought forward, like decisions are made to support individual council member events that may not have been approved by council. But there is, Councilmember Shropshire, I hear you, but it's 1 o'clock. Nobody else is chiming in tonight, and so if that direction can't be given tonight, this item's gonna have to go into a future agenda. Councilmember Shropshire.
I'm going to be real quick. So I know that for many, many years, council members have scheduled cleanups in their neighborhood, in their communities. So is it somebody who wanted a broader look into it? I mean, because when you say the majority of council, who is the majority? Who wanted?
I didn't say that.
Who?
The characteristics of the characterization, excuse me, of majority is not a conflicting message, is what I said. But I will also say, outside of Wednesday wind down, I don't know of, and I could be corrected on that, but I don't think outside of the litter, there's been any invoices that have come through my office. So this is literally, I think there was, invoice that came in last month that was, I guess it was being carried on as if the budget discussion didn't happen, like the way council typically would react and hire and engage contractors had occurred even after the budget movement. So that was the first time that I was aware of, and that was a litter invoice, I think to Men of Intelligence, if I remember correctly, and that was like a $3,000 invoice. So at that time, we caught it. We went ahead and paid it, even though we didn't engage that vendor. But I talked to Dr. Martin Rogers to say, hey, it's different now that the budget is passed. This item needs to be brought before City Council before we spend more dollars, because it's not set up in the same fashion that it was before. And so I don't know of any other, staff could correct me if there's been any other council allotments, but the only other one I know about is Wednesday Wind Down, and we do know that we spent quite a bit of time talking about that as a whole.
I'm still confused.
Yeah, it's late. Councilmember Ziegler?
Yeah, so I don't know where the citywide initiative came from, but I know that I've also had a Ward B, litter program as well. But right now, we don't have a citywide litter program. It would be great if we did, but we don't. And so I think in the meantime, I think it'd be fine for us to have ward-specific initiatives until, we still need to work towards a citywide initiative, but until we have that, I think that it'd be prudent for us to work in our own wards. And since we're really the ones who know the best in our wards individually, but that's just my 2 cents. Thanks.
Councilmember Cummings?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I know when we talk about the ward-specific initiatives, and I know we've kind of gone back and forth a lot of times about with the trash pickup, the litter pickup throughout the city. And I know we've been presented with a lot of different, different schedules, different days, 30, 60, 90-day plans. And I think it's good, to take, community pride, and you want to get out and you do, different, and you want to get out and you want to do cleanups for your community or whatever. But when we're talking about, are we doing outside vendors bringing people in to have them clean up, do additional cleaning? Because we've said this before. You can clean up. They can come through and clean the whole city, and at 10 o'clock, and somebody throw a box of chicken wings out on the ground at 10:15, and then you ride past. Now the city is dirty again. So I know it's next to impossible to just kind of keep the city spotless. And he's presented. Public Works, they did present a schedule that I thought was amenable. But like I said, at the end of the day, you still can't stop people from trashing the place and putting trash down. So I don't know, so are we paying outside people to come in to still do additional cleaning, or what are we doing?
I think
I don't know how that works, or what's the process.
I'm in.
So you're in, but they haven't spoken yet. So then I'll come back to you for a second round.
Okay, so I think that's directed to me, is that, okay. I think there's a citywide approach and strategy, and I know Director Reeves has reported on that, and we have a schedule. It may not meet the needs, like you said, you articulated very well, that, we could go through that in 15 minutes after we leave, somebody else could drop something. I think the question is, there's a certain amount of resources that we dedicate to that, and do we want to pool those resources into a greater effort than what is currently being done? And I don't know if Director Reeves, I'm sure, is probably at home sleeping at this point, but I know that he had presented to me having a opportunity for staff to actually bid, because we were talking about bringing in potential consultant, or not a consultant, a contractor that would take on the citywide process, and he was like, he would like to have staff be able to put in the bid in a competitive process of having a citywide cleanup. And so that's the process. If we want to stick with ward, like I call it, kind of hit and miss, because some wards are going to be better than others, depending on how much resources are poured into those wards, or do we want to have and give a go at a stronger, robust citywide strategy? That's the discussion.
I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I mean, people do cleanups. Everybody's probably done a cleanup in their ward.
Right.
So it's not mutually exclusive. And if we come up with a citywide plan, it's going to look at wards. So, Councilmember Cummings, did you have something else?
Yeah, so have we considered, like, people when they do community service to go out and pick up? And oh my God, I mean, really?
No, I'm not saying like, oh my God, like that, but we've had that conversation for 18 months. Yeah, no, I wasn't saying it like,
Okay,
oh
I
my
mean,
God.
but I just-
That has been presented, Councilmember Cummings. I mean, it's been, oh.
No, but that was it. That was just the only thing. Have we considered people doing their, like, community service, or people on what, probation? Well, not probation.
And so there are initiatives that happen in many of the wards that are citizen focused. I think going to what the mayor's point is, there's so much resources, dollars that we spend. Do we want to spend the dollars in the same way we have in the past? Or do we want to pool those dollars, what we have available, what we spend with staff on the city side, what we spend with the council initiatives, or even with more robust investment from general fund? That's the discussion. Do we want to do that? Or do we want to continue with the strategy we've been using before? That's all it is. Because I'm essentially hearing different perspectives on how we go about spending the limited resources we have on that particular initiative.
Councilmember Atkins.
Yes, so if it's direction that you're looking for, then I'm going to vote for pooling the resources so that we have one entity that we're working with and is accountable for keeping the city clean. And when those things are not going well, we have one entity that we go to make sure that we are following up on those things and holding them accountable for whatever the contract says. So if that's the direction, that would be my sentiment about having one entity to do that across the entire city.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, I'll just piggyback on Councilwoman Starr, because I actually do like the idea. If we were to use people who have community service, I know it was mentioned earlier, but do that at a grander scale, I would say it would be pretty cheap labor, I would say, and then they also can pay off, their debts to society. But I think if we could make that, I'm not sure what those numbers look like, but I've seen it before in other cities, like the CAB and, in Atlanta, and I think that could be a way to possibly save money on these initiatives. But I do like that idea.
So I heard several things, and I don't think any of them are mutually exclusive. I mean, citywide cleanup, we have neighborhoods who have said they want to help, and they do cleanups in their neighborhood. Like, we should be coordinating all of the efforts. And so I don't know, when we talk about cleaning the city and paying, we pay Public Works. Public Works came in front of us and said they hired some more part-time people, and all of the things that they said to us to help keep the city clean, they said they had a schedule. Like, I don't know that we need another organization. They said that they have a plan. That's the responsibility of keeping the roadways in the city clean. Part of that is on staff. Like, we pay staff to do that. We pay staff to clean, keep litter up in areas. We pay staff to cut areas. Staff goes through different neighborhoods, and there have been communities and neighborhoods who said, we want to be a part of it. And so the initial ask years ago about the schedule was for those communities. Like, if you're going to go through Grand Estates on this Friday, it would make no sense for them to do a cleanup Saturday, like the day after, but maybe they could do the off week. And so I don't think this is a mutually exclusive conversation. And if there was also a statement that something was included in the budget. I mean, if it's been approved in the budget as an initiative as a number of different things, over 800,000 plus outside of which they wind down have, then that's already been a decision made by council. But I don't think these things are mutually exclusive. I don't think council members are prohibited from doing cleanups in their wards, or residents are prohibited from helping us clean the wards in ways that help keep the city clean, because it's kind of like a group project. So I'm not sure about this one entity efficiency. Public Works. I mean, Mr. Reeves stood before us and said he hired extra part-time staff to do a cleanup schedule that he shared with us for the whole city. So where are we with that? And it sounds like these activities supplement that. Council member Free, and then I'll go back to Roger.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I agree with both you and Councilmember Atkins. I mean, I think if the city manager is looking for direction from me, it is to take the city money and to use it to its greatest effect across the city. And that takes into account the staffing for public works that the mayor referred to and all those options. But to the mayor's point, there's absolutely nothing stopping any council member from organizing a Ward A cleanup and get your neighbors out, get them enthused. I mean, that doesn't cost anything. Quite honestly, the Frog Hollow neighborhood used to do it every month, and we'd get food donated by Chick-fil-A, and it was just a thing that we did. And so I don't see that there's any prohibition on council members doing that. But if it's public funds that we're spending, let's do it for the greatest impact.
Have you been in? Okay. Councilmember Butler.
I'm ready to get in my bed. Every time I've had a cleanup, it's always been free. We've always gotten volunteers to come and help clean up. So we've never used city funds to, especially allocated funds to do a private cleanup. We've always had volunteers.
Councilmember Martin Rogers, Mr. Jones, did you have something else, or your mic's on from earlier?
I lost that thought. Go ahead.
All right. I heard the comments of council, and I also heard Mr. Jones talking about streamlining efficiencies, the council retreat. And ironically, Mr. Atkins, when I asked him about the majority of council, only your name came up. The other thing is this. We've talked about this, and I want to say, Councilmember Cummings, as a point of clarification, we've had these conversations with the Director of Public Works. I mean, driving home from a hard day and it's litter and trash everywhere, and I'm getting the telephone calls and people are sending in the pictures, like, it's concerning. This was all prior to Mr. Jones coming, so to try to give pushback on something that has been going on for almost a year. I get out there every day and I'm picking up trash. Like, so if there is going to be a broader look citywide, then where is the plan? Where's the plan?
So maybe Public Works should come back in October and give us an update on the plan that they shared when I clearly said they didn't provide a budget, and there was a statement that they provided a budget? Like, no, they didn't. They provided like staff and what they were gonna do, but they didn't really talk about the funding and the budget. So maybe it's time to have them come back, because the citywide plan was through Public Works. And they indicated to us that they hired private individuals, part-time individuals to help with this. So, Mr. Jones, could we have an update on the October work session from Public Works on the citywide cleanup plan that they shared? It was along the lines when we were having the conversation. Councilmember Ziegler brought up a 30, 60, 90-day plan.
Going into our schools. Going into our schools.
And yeah, working with the schools. They said they partner with all of the schools. Like, maybe we need an update on that, because that was what was articulated to us as the city plan. And if there's a level of coordinating resources from the city, it would be through Public Works, who has a responsibility of keeping the city clean in certain ways. So maybe that would be helpful. I think there's a consensus that council members can have cleanups in their wards, but that we probably need an update from Public Works on that at October work session, Madam City Clerk.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. I think there was some talk about having a more robust, whatever we're doing now, it sounds as if it wasn't enough, and that there needed to be a more robust approach. So we can certainly talk through that, and I think Public Works even has some ideas if they had more resources to even be able to do more. I think that's what the conversation was when, because we looked at having outside contractors come in. I had even shared with Dr. Rodden Martyrs that there's an organization called Block by Block. I invite everyone to look at Block by Block as a contractor that does things like this nationally. But that was the discussion. It wasn't that we don't do it, but I had gotten feedback that what we are doing is not enough, that we needed to do even more and pour more resources. And so obviously, if there's more resources needed, one of the first places to look at is what came over in the council events, because those activities were being done in the same area, but it just wasn't being spread across the city.
And I understand that, but Mr. Reeves stood in front of us and articulated a plan and said he had funding and said he hired all these people and all of these things for a citywide plan. And if there was a need for additional contractors at that time, that's something that should have been articulated. So like when he comes back, it would be helpful to know what he's executed on the plan that he shared, like the dates of when he said these people were going to clean up and the people that they hired part-time. Like, I mean, again, I don't know that we need to just spend more money when there is this plan that he said would accomplish this, and then we have cleanups happening in wards, either initiated by council members or and or residents. Like, I don't know, because what the plan that was shared with us, I'm not sure where we are on implementation and the impact of that. But literally, we stopped having the discussions on the 30, 60, 90 because we got that presentation. He said these are the things that were going to be done, and he said all of these things in timeline.
You said because there was nothing getting done on it.
There was
we'll have
nothing.
them come forward on October. We will.
Okay.
All right.
So what direction?
We need. He's coming back in October with the presentation from Public Works on what they shared with us previously about what they would do and resource needs and all of that, because that should be coordinated through Public Works. I mean, that's what the discussion was previously, and it stopped being on the agenda because that's what was shared with us. We have 1 real estate, 4 legal, and 5 personnel. Can I get a motion to recess in the executive session for 1 legal, 1 real estate, 4 legal, and 5 personnel?
So moved.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in recess. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. In the One Path contract dispute, need a motion to proceed as discussed in executive session.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. As regarding the staff complaints, need a motion to proceed as discussed in executive session.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to approve executive session meeting minutes. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to adjourn. I need a second.
Second?
You moved it. You can't move in second. It ain't valid. All those in favor, moved by Councilmember Atkins, seconded by Councilmember Cummins. All those in favor, all those opposed, motion carries.